At the same time, he kept dodging. Bang! Smack! Although he blocked Lin Xian's fist, he was slapped by the dark red divine dragon. Immediately, his body spun in the air and flew backward. The dark red divine dragon kept swinging its hand. Damn it, old Cha Mao is too thick-skinned. Even my hand hurts. Bang! The Myriad Blade King had just stood up. When he heard that, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling with anger. Ah, damn it! I'm going to kill you. However, what greeted him was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's frenzied attacks. The two of them knew that they couldn't break the other party's defense, so they directly slapped each other's face. They wanted to slap each other's face ruthlessly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Myriad Blade King's face to be slapped more than a dozen times. Each slap made a deafening sound. However, his life level was extremely high, so he wouldn't be injured at all. Therefore, after more than a dozen slaps, his face was incomparably red, like a pig's liver. Of course, it wasn't because he was beaten, but because he was angry. He was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He felt that his lungs were about to explode. Damn it, this old thing's face is too thick. If I can't use my hands, I'll just kick him. Lin Xian changed his strategy. The dark red divine dragon also swung its dragon tail directly at the other party. Lin Xian raised his leg and kicked at the other party. Bang, bang, bang. From the beginning to the end, the Myriad Blade King was suppressed by the two of them. If others saw this scene, they would probably be scared to death. Because this was an invincible king. Two 7-star powerhouses were actually beating up an invincible king. No matter how one looked at it, it was like a dream. Ah! Go to hell. The Myriad Blade King was finally enraged. He took out a broken treasure. This was a sage's broken treasure. As soon as it appeared, the sage's aura was overwhelming, and it directly pushed back Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The broken treasure box floated beside the Myriad Blade King. The Myriad Blade King's eyes were red, and he couldn't stop panting. I must tear you into pieces. Not only the two of you, but I won't let off anyone who has anything to do with you too. I want to kill all of them. He screamed like a madman. TSK, you want to scare us with a mere sage's broken treasure. The dark red divine dragon snorted and took out a broken treasure pagoda. Lin Xian also took out the sage's hand bone. Sage's broken treasure, and there are two of them. The Myriad Blade King was extremely shocked, and his face instantly turned green. Damn it, the other party's foundation is too rich. Two 7-star powerhouses actually have something like a sage's broken treasure. One had to know that not everyone, even invincible kings, would have a sage's broken treasure. It could be said that it was very precious. But the other party took out two of them in an instant. How was he going to fight? As expected, his broken treasure was directly suppressed in the void and couldn't reflect at all. Lin Xian took out Flower Protector again, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Do you really think that I can't break your defense? He gently shook the bell, and a demonic sound turned into a terrifying sound wave sword chi that rushed forward. Pang! Poof! The Myriad Blade King shot out countless blade lights to resist it. But soon, he was sent flying. The armor on his body was damaged. Damn it, what is this? Flower Protector, could it be the legendary great weapon, Flower Protector? He was extremely terrified. The other party even has such an ancient weapon. Damn it! Galaxy Seal. The Myriad Blade King quickly formed a seal, and the blade lights in the sky revolved around his hand, forming a galaxy. Chapter 2650. He pushed his palm forward, pushing the entire Milky Way to resist the sound wave attack. With a loud clang, an earth-shattering collision sound was heard. He blocked the wave of attack. Looking at this scene, the Thousand-Blade King heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What a terrifying seal. As expected of an invincible king. Even if his cultivation was suppressed, he was still so powerful. One should know that an ordinary late-stage 8-star powerhouse would have been killed by him. The other party could hold on for such a long time. It could be said that he definitely had the foundation and combat experience of an invincible king. However, the other party was no longer an invincible king. Therefore, he still had a way to kill the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, he tore open the seal of the flower protector. Instantly, the terrifying sound wave sword chi became even more terrifying. Boom! 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 Countless black holes appeared in the Milky Way diagram in the sky, and those Milky Ways became dim. Damn it, the power became stronger again. The Thousand-Blade King kept retreating. The armor on his body was directly penetrated, and a few bloody holes appeared. Blood flowed out. Finally, under the attack of the flower protector, he was injured. This scene caused him to be terrified. It seemed that the other party had the ability to kill him. This made him feel a strong sense of fear. He turned around and wanted to escape. As long as he left this array, as long as he left this strange spirit boat and appeared in the real world outside, he would still be an invincible king. He would still be an invincible existence. He would no longer be afraid of the other party. Therefore, he had to leave this place quickly. The saber slashed out, tearing the world apart, and a huge black hole appeared. The Thousand-Blade King's body swayed and flew in. He wanted to leave this space. But soon, he was blasted out by a punch. Now, you still want to run. From the moment you stepped into this formation, your fate has already been judged. This is the place where you will perish. Lin Xian's body emitted thousands of rays of light, and his cold voice sounded. Lin Xian threw the flower protector to the dark red divine dragon, letting him control the flower protector to kill the Thousand-Blade King. As for himself, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. His entire body was surrounded by sword light, and he rushed over like a god of death. Seeing that the other party had abandoned flower protector and dared to attack him, the Myriad Blade King also roared crazily. Without flower protector, he wasn't afraid of them. Therefore, in the next moment, he pointed his finger forward. Blade God's finger. Then, he stretched out a finger, which contained a supreme profound intent. Together with the saber light that filled the sky, it blasted forward. Boom! This finger attack was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the saber light unleashed by the Thousand Saber Monarch. Clearly, this was a finger formed from the essence of countless saber lights. Go to hell, brat. The Myriad Blade King revealed a ferocious expression once again. His opponent's physical defense was not as good as his. If his opponent was hit by his finger of the saber god, both body and soul would be destroyed. Ninefold Thunder Sword. The current Lin Xian was still able to use the third stage of the Ninefold Thunder Sword. Along with his sword light, countless thunder seas surged. Streaks of thunder sword chi transformed into thunder dragons that roared incessantly. It dashed through the void and charged towards the broadsword god's finger. Crack! The incomparably terrifying and extremely sharp divine saber finger was actually severed by a single slash. Ah! The finger of the saber god was severed. The Myriad Blade King's finger was also broken, and it was strangely deformed. He grunted and was pushed back. He did not care about the wound on his finger. What shocked him more was that his opponent's strength and sword chi could actually break his finger of the saber god. It was too terrifying. If his opponent had used the flower protector to break his finger, he could still accept it. After all, the flower protector was an ancient weapon. It had killed many terrifying experts. But now, his opponent had broken his finger of the saber god with his own strength. Could it be that his opponent had reached such a terrifying stage? You are very powerful. You have been chasing after me with the strength of an invincible king. Do you really think that you can kill me? You are only relying on your cultivation of over 2,000 years. If you were at the same level as me, I could kill you with a single slash. Therefore, you do not have the right to be arrogant in front of me. If I had lived for 2,000 years, I would have become a sage long ago. I could kill you with a single slap. Moreover, you are not an invincible king now. Do you think that you can still fight against me now? Lin Xian's voice was cold. Damn brat, don't be complacent. Do you think that you can kill me just because you broke one of my fingers? You are too naive. My trump card is not something you can imagine. The Thousand Saber King roared crazily. Being slapped in the face by a junior and pressed on top of his head, this feeling was extremely unpleasant. Not only was he unhappy, he was about to go crazy from anger. And, if I was in my full state, I could kill you with one move. The Thousand Saber King was filled with hatred. The biggest mistake in his life was to enter the other party's spirit boat. And? Lin Xian sneered. The 9-layered thunder sword danced crazily. Behind him, 3 huge thunder swords surged forward. The power of the great dragon sword spirit combined with the sky-high sword and the 5 seals of the ancient dragon abyss sword. That power was extremely terrifying. The Thousand Saber King resisted with difficulty and kept retreating. Lin Xian, on the other hand, shifted his position. In the end, he descended from the sky like a deity and viciously kicked the Million Blades monarch in the stomach. This kick not only contained the power of the 9 yang divine body, there was also the shadow of a dragon on the sole of his foot. 2 powerful forces collided with each other. Boom! The other party's armor shattered. The Thousand Saber King's body smashed into the ground like a meteor. Puff! Ah, the Thousand Saber King kept vomiting blood as he roared crazily. Lin Xian waved his 5 fingers. The 5-element sword technique formed the 5-element seal and directly enveloped the Thousand Saber King, suppressing him. Humph! After that, Lin Xian raised his foot and stepped on the Thousand Saber King's head. I am an ant. Then now that I am stepping on your head, what are you? Trash among the ants. Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. Time was indeed a good thing. It could allow some trash to use the advantage of time to climb to a high position. But in the end, trash was still trash. When he lost the power of time, in front of a peerless genius, he could not withstand a single blow. You are just a trash who took advantage of time and you dare to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian's voice was abnormally cold. It was like a cold sword piercing into the Thousand Saber King's heart. He was despised. He was actually despised by the other party. Moreover, he was called trash by the other party. The Thousand Saber King's lungs were about to explode from anger. That's right, he was about to explode from anger. The blood in his body was tumbling and he had suffered serious internal injuries. There was no other way. He had already lived for more than 2,000 years and had become an invincible king. It could be said that he was proud of the same price. Back then, when he was young, he was also a shocking genius. His path was smooth and he became an invincible king. But now, he was actually despised by a kid in his 20s. He was called trash. Chapter 2651. Kid, you've become so eloquent. You can't kill me. As long as I leave this spiritual boat, it'll be your death. The Thousand-Blade King's voice was cold. His eyes were like two peerless heavenly blades as he stared at Lin Xian. Do you think you can still survive today? The dark red divine dragon also snorted coldly. It activated Flower Protector and charged forward. Boom boom boom. The Thousand-Blade King looked like he was struck by lightning as a few more bloody holes appeared on his body. However, at this time, a mysterious heavenly blade diagram formed on his body. He quickly rose into the air and fought against Flower Protector. Do you really think I don't have any trump cards? Flower Protector is powerful, but with your strength, you can't unleash its power. That's why you're ants. You don't even know how to use the treasure when it's in your hands. The Thousand-Blade King laughed maniacally again. Without Flower Protector, how could Su Mo kill him? At most, he would just humiliate him. He would definitely get his revenge. Do you think I can't kill you without Flower Protector? Lin Xian waved his hand and recalled the Saint's Hand Bone to suppress the Thousand-Blade King to prevent him from escaping. Besides, the Saint's Fragment could be blocked with the Pagoda Fragment. Saint's Fragment. Seeing this scene, the Myriad Blade King was also extremely frightened. If Su Mo used the Saint's Fragment, he could really threaten him. However, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. With a cold snort, tens of thousands of rays of light shot into the sky as the Thousand-Blade Domain appeared, trying to break free from the Five-Element Seal. However, Lin Xian used the Saint's Hand Bone to suppress the Scimitar Domain, so the Thousand-Blade King couldn't escape at all. Buzz! With a flash of light, Lin Xian unlocked the sixth seal on the ancient Dragon Abyss Sword. A terrifying sword light shot into the sky. Sensing this sword light, the dark red dragon spat out saliva. The Thousand-Blade King was also shocked. Su Mo was a small powerhouse, but he could unleash such sword chi. It was indeed surprising. He snorted coldly. You want to kill me with this little sword chi? You can try. You probably can't even break my defense. Pang! Without saying a word, the sword slashed at his neck. Instantly, a terrifying vibration sounded. The 10,000-Blade King was in so much pain that he kept rolling on the ground. The 10,000-Blade Domain emitted a cold light, but it was suppressed by the Saint's Hand Bone. Lin Xian did not use any bone attacks. Instead, he used all his strength to suppress his opponent. He knew that the trump cards of a peerless realm cultivator were extremely terrifying. He had to suppress his opponent in order to kill him. Buzz, the ancient Dragon Abyss Sword, which had its 6 seals removed, emitted a resplendent light. As Lin Xian swung his arm, it ruthlessly slashed forward. With a clang, the sword landed on the opponent's head, emitting a thunderous sound. The flying spark sword pierced through the void. Countless large cracks appeared in the surrounding space. This sword was extremely terrifying. The Myriad Blade King was also struck until he saw stars and felt dizzy. However, his head did not split open. There was only a shallow scar on his head. Brat, I've said it before, it's useless. You can't break my defense at all. The Myriad Blade King revealed a ferocious expression. His eyes were bloodshot like a demon. No matter what you did to me today, when I catch you, I'll return it 10 times, 100 times. I'll let you taste the consequences of offending me. Damn it, old man, your skin is so thick. Lin Xian also frowned. Even the 6 seals could not hurt his opponent. The defense of an peerless realm cultivator was truly terrifying. It seemed that he could only use the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian sighed. His expression became extremely solemn. Within his body, a dragon's roar sounded. Hearing this sound, the myriad Blade King's expression changed. Damn it, dragon's roar. How could this guy use dragon's roar? He was already shocked by the dark red divine dragon's roar. However, he did not expect that this human brat in front of him could also use dragon's roar. What was going on? Could it be that the other party was not human? At this moment, he was indeed stunned. However, what made him even more shocked was yet to come. Because in front of Lin Xian, a sword shadow appeared. The dragon-like sword shadow was very mysterious and emitted a monstrous killing intent. The moment it appeared, the myriad Blade King's body turned cold, as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cave. Damn it, what was this sword shadow? Finally, fear appeared in his eyes. Because he felt that his life was in danger. How could there be such a terrifying thing in his opponent's body? Seeing the other party's frightened eyes, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. What, now you still think that I can't kill you? Damn brat, how dare you attack me? The myriad Blade King screamed. He did feel that his life was in danger. How about this, the two of us discuss. You let me go, and from now on, I won't attack you again. How about it? He was really afraid and began to negotiate with the other party. Now you want to negotiate with me? When you were chasing me before, did you think of negotiating with me? As an peerless realm cultivator, you shamelessly chased after a rising star like me. Don't you feel embarrassed? Now you want to negotiate. Too late. Today will be the day of your death. Lin Xian sneered, and the killing intent on his body grew colder and colder. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him bloomed with a primordial power. Humph, brat, I admit that you have many trump cards. But if you really want to kill me, it won't be that easy. The myriad Blade King roared, and a mysterious blade pattern appeared on his body. It seemed that he wanted to counterattack. Boss! Lin Xian didn't give him a chance at all. He grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow and slashed at the other party's head. Pang! The dragon's roar and the sword's cry rang out, and a peerless sword light filled the sky, piercing through all directions. This sword was incomparably terrifying. Crack! Ah! The myriad Blade King screamed miserably, and blood burst out, dyeing the surrounding void red. Lin Xian frowned. He realized that this sword had indeed injured the other party. However, it didn't directly split the other party's head. It only split open a third of the head. The physique of an peerless realm cultivator was actually this strong. Lin Xian was shocked. It seemed that he had underestimated an peerless realm cultivator. Fortunately, he had many trump cards. Otherwise, the consequences of rashly starting a fight with an peerless realm cultivator would be terrifying. Brat, I want you dead. The myriad Blade King crazily burned his spiritual energy. At this moment, he was really going all out. Otherwise, his body would really be split open. Boom! Boom! Terrifying power surged out, and his split-open head quickly healed. At the same time, it formed a huge rebound force that acted on the ancient Dragon Abyss sword. The ancient sword trembled, and released countless sword chi. Lin Xian's arm was also numb from the shock. However, his eyes also burst with a cold light. Even now, he still wanted to resist. Pang! He fully activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow exploded with unparalleled power. Sword after sword. Lin Xian crazily attacked, and in the end, the myriad Blade King was split in half. Ah! The myriad Blade King crazily screamed. As an peerless realm cultivator, so what if he was split in half? As long as a small part was intact, he could recover. Boom! Chapter 2652. Damn it, how was that possible? It couldn't heal. His body couldn't heal at all. There was a sharp sword aura left on the sword mark that he couldn't erase at all. What kind of sword aura was that? What kind of sword technique was that? What exactly was that sword shadow? Why was it more powerful than his 2,000 years of saber light? He didn't know. The Million Saber King was in despair. Did he really have to give up his body? The next moment, he stared at Lin Xian and revealed a sinister smile. Kid, you actually made me lose my body. I won't let you go. However, I'll enjoy your body. There was a sinister aura in his voice. The Million Saber King knew how terrifying an invincible king's body was. Its defense was terrifying. If not for the mysterious sword shadow, the other party wouldn't have been able to break through his defense. Not only that, the blood contained endless power. Therefore, the Million Saber King didn't want to give up his body unless it was absolutely necessary. But now, he was seriously injured. Moreover, although the other party was young and only a 7-star powerhouse, he had too many secrets. If he could snatch the other party's body, it wouldn't take more than a few years for him to become an invincible king again. More importantly, his body couldn't heal at all, and his life would be threatened. Therefore, the Million Saber King decided to go all out. His soul rushed out of his body and turned into a torrent, rushing toward Lin Xian. Kid, go to hell. He flashed a ferocious smile and disappeared into Lin Xian's head in an instant. Not good, soul possession. The dark red dragon was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to be so decisive. He abandoned the invincible king's body and wanted to possess Lin Xian's body. However, his expression was very strange. Lin Xian's soul power was very strong, and he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. It wasn't weaker than an invincible king's soul. However, the other party was also an invincible king, and it was very terrifying. Therefore, he didn't know what the final result would be. He couldn't help. The battle of souls was very dangerous, and it was in Lin Xian's mind. He could only wait at the side. This kid should be fine, right? The dark red godly dragon had nothing to do, so it could only use Flower Protector to completely shatter Million Blade King's body. At the same time, he unleashed his dragon's great divine ability and began to absorb the surrounding blood. This was the blood of an invincible king, and the energy it contained was extremely terrifying. On the other side, Lin Xian was in grave danger. He never expected that the other party would actually dare to seize his body. In an instant, a translucent figure appeared in his mind amidst the endless chaos. It was the Million Blade King. He looked around and laughed loudly. Brat, get the hell out here. Once I destroy your soul, your body will be mine. Don't worry, I will make good use of your body and become a saint. He could see that the other party had great potential. It would not be difficult for him to become an invincible king. He could even become a saint. This made him very excited. One had to know that even though he had become an undefeatable king a long time ago, it was extremely difficult for him to take another step forward. However, with this body, things were different. You want to seize my soul? You really don't know what's good for you. Lin Xian sneered. In the next moment, a pair of golden eyes slowly appeared in the endless void. It was as if the eyes of a god were looking down. Damn it, what is this thing? Million Blade King was shocked, and his face became extremely ugly. He was now in his soul state, and ordinary attacks really could not hurt him. However, the pair of golden eyes in front of him had a mysterious power. It was a great threat to him. In fact, this threat was not weaker than the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Damn it, why does this kid have so many secrets in his body? In addition to the sword's shadow, there was also a pair of golden eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Million Blade King was about to go crazy. However, since he had already entered, he would not let this go. He formed a seal with his palms and launched a soul attack. Soul Harvest. Many soul blades appeared on his body. There were a total of 9 of them, and they spun rapidly, attacking Lin Xian's soul. In his opinion, no matter how strong the other party was, so what if he had many trump cards? The two of them were not on the same level at all. He was an invincible king, and the other party was only a 7-star almighty. There was a real gap in the soul between the two of them. He could easily crush the other party and destroy the other party's soul. Ha 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 ha. Go to hell. The 9 soul blades spun rapidly and crazily. However, they suddenly burned in midair. They burned fiercely. These soul blades were evolved from Million Blade King's soul. Once they burned, Million Blade King's soul directly screamed. He was rolling in midair. He was extremely frightened. Damn it, how is this possible? How can he hurt me? He was too shocked. Why is the other party's soul so strange? You don't know what death is. Go to hell. Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his pair of golden eyes looked down on the world. In his left eye, golden runes spun, and the floating light secret technique was activated instantly. Buzz Million Blade King's soul was pulled into a strange space. This space was not big, and it was just a small black room. The dim light flickered. Million Blade King was surprised to find that his whole body was hanging in the red, and his limbs were bound by the soul chains. He could not move at all. In front of him, there was a pair of invisible hands controlling all kinds of weapons and stabbing at his body crazily. Damn it, soul space. You can actually create a soul space. He was too shocked. This was an extremely terrifying secret technique of the soul. You know quite a lot. Since this is the case, I don't need to explain too much. This is my floating light space. In here, a moment outside is equivalent to 100 years here. From now on, you will receive 100 years of arrows piercing your heart. Pu, a miserable sound rang out. Million Blade King screamed again and again, but he could not struggle at all. Because this was not a real injury, but an illusion. It was an illusion that he could not resist. However, this pain was real, and it could be said that it was extremely strange. A moment was 100 years. This time, Million Blade King could be said to be incomparably miserable. The outside world paused for 3 seconds. In other words, Million Blade King endured 300 years of arrows piercing his heart. Then, a soul flame jumped out from the right eye of the golden eye in the sky. Soul burning. Huff-ah. Million Blade King, who had just come out of the illusion space, screamed again. This time, he screamed even more miserably. Because this was not an illusion, but a soul attack. It directly ignited his soul. He wanted to extinguish it, but he could not do it. In the end, in the soul flame that filled the sky, he turned into nothingness. He was completely killed and disappeared. With his soul destroyed, Million Blade King could no longer revive. An invincible king, who stood at the peak of the continent, was killed by a 7-star almighty, by a young genius. Chapter 2653. Lin Xian also slowly exhaled. His face was pale as he rubbed his head. This battle was not easy for him at all. He had used up a lot of soul power, and there was not much spiritual power in his body. Moreover, at this moment, he had used up all his trump cards. It could not be helped. His opponent was an invincible king, the most powerful existence in the king competition. It was not easy to kill such a person. However, in the end, he succeeded. "Kid, you're awake." Seeing Lin Xian's body move, the dark red dragon also flew over. "Are you alright? Where's that old fart? I've already killed him. From now on, there's no king of 10,000 blades." "Is he dead? That's great." The dark red dragon was also excited. No matter how arrogant he was, he still chased us all day long. Now, he's finally dead. In that case, even if we encounter an invincible king in the future, we won't have to be afraid. Just suppress him. Activate the array formation, suppress his cultivation, and destroy him. The dark red dragon was too excited. This was definitely a powerful trump card. One had to know that their current strength was not enough to compete with an invincible king. However, if their cultivation was suppressed, they could kill him. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. "It's not that easy. I've already used up a quarter of my resources. If there are a few more invincible kings, I won't have any resources left. How am I supposed to cultivate then?" He shook his head. He did not want to use this unless he had no other choice. Speaking of resources, his eyes suddenly lit up. "That guy's storage ring. It's here. Let's see what treasures are inside." Lin Xian took it and probed it. However, he was soon ejected. That was because there was a protective seal on the other party's storage ring. It belonged to an invincible king. I've already killed the king of 10,000 blades, let alone a mere seal." Lin Xian snorted coldly. A piercing sword light burst out from his eyes and directly pierced through the seal. In the next moment, his soul probed in. Then, he exclaimed in surprise. "Damn, I've struck gold." He was too excited because this storage ring was truly a huge treasure trove. Even he was dazzled by it. The dark red divine dragon's soul also probed inside. In the next moment, he cried out in surprise. "Damn, is this the wealth of an unrivaled king? That was way too powerful. Damn it. Now all I want to do is rob invincible kings." He also cried out in surprise. Previously, they had killed quite a number of peerless almighties. Among them, the Crimson Divine Dragon was getting pickier and pickier. He was only interested in the storage rings of the 4 great battle monarchs. However, compared to an invincible king, the 4 war monarchs were nothing. Even if the items in the 4 great kings' rings were added together, they wouldn't have half of what this invincible king had. Lin Xian was even more delighted. This storage ring directly replenished a quarter of the resources he had used. Moreover, it had given him a lot more. He did a quick calculation and found that the entire ring of holding was equivalent to 1/3 of his total resources. He had to admit that it really made him shocked and excited. It seemed that it was not impossible to use this method to kill invincible kings in the future. Only a quarter of it was consumed, and they could obtain even more resources. This was definitely a profitable business. Of course, this was just a thought. He wouldn't casually provoke an ordinary invincible king. However, if someone like the Million Blade Monarch came to kill him, he wouldn't hold back. After removing the formation, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon once again landed on the Black Earth. The two of them didn't go out, but sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. While Lin Xian was in the process of killing the Million Blade Monarch's soul, the Crimson Divine Dragon had already used the Pagoda Fragment to collect the Million Blade Monarch's Saint Fragment. This was another huge treasure. In their hands, they already had the fragments of 3 saints, as well as numerous heaven-grade treasures. Especially the Million Blade Monarch's blue longsword, which was a mid-grade heaven-grade artifact. The Crimson Divine Dragon was pleasantly surprised to have so many treasures in his hands. He already had an idea. He was prepared to use these treasures and the Saint Fragment to form a super powerful killing formation. A killing formation formed with the God Fragment and Heaven-grade artifacts would definitely be terrifying to the extreme. It might even be able to kill an invincible king. Thinking of this, he was very excited. He had to implement this idea. On the other side, Lin Xian began to swallow all kinds of treasures to quickly recover his strength. In fact, while Lin Xian was fighting with the Million-Blade Monarch, on the other side, a door opened in the sky. A few figures descended. They were the elites of the Immortal Palace. This time, there were 2 protectors. The Great Protector, the 6 protectors, and a figure. It was a woman in a black dress, and her face was covered by a black veil. However, the aura on her body was not weaker than the 2 protectors at all. Obviously, she was also an invincible king. As soon as the 3 of them descended, their gazes swept across all directions. Soon, they all frowned. Sure enough, someone had sealed off this area. Let's do it and send a message to the Yi family. The Great Protector said in a deep voice. The 6 protectors took out exquisite artifacts and began to prepare to send the message. The appearance of these 3 people also attracted the attention of those mysterious forces. Oh no, an invincible king has appeared. In the sky, exclamations came one after another. Soon, in a certain mountain peak, a few mysterious people in black robes quickly moved out. These 3 people were extremely terrifying. They tore through the void and charged out. These were 3 invincible kings. Soon, they discovered the Great Protector and the others. With a furious roar, they directly attacked without saying anything. Buzz, a long sword streaked across the sky, emitting an aura that made people tremble. Countless sword lights pierced through the void and slashed downwards. The scene was extremely terrifying. Another person formed a seal with his palm, forming a mountain and river that slammed down from the sky. The last person opened his mouth and spat out a black sea that enveloped the Great Protector and the others. As soon as they attacked, the 3 of them were going for the kill. Obviously, they would not give the other party any chance. The other party's 3 invincible kings had come here for no reason. It was obviously related to the Yi family. They would definitely not let the Yi family have any reaction. Old 6, send the message. Little Wu and I will fight against them. The Great Protector took a step forward and took out a red spear in his hand. With a thrust of the spear, the sword lights that filled the sky instantly shattered. The terrifying black sea was also torn apart. The Great Protector charged towards the 2 invincible kings alone. The woman in the black dress also stretched out her jade-like hand and struck out with a mysterious palm technique. She fought against the black-robed man who used the seal of mountains and rivers. Courting death. The 2 invincible kings were furious. The other party wanted to fight the 2 of them alone. What a joke. They were all invincible kings. How dare he fight the 2 of them alone? The 2 of them revealed sinister smiles and decided to use the fiercest method to kill the other party. One of them summoned a black ocean, which transformed into terrifying demonic beasts. Their huge bodies stood up from the sea, emitting monstrous killing intent. They pounced towards the Great Protector. Fellow Taoists from Immortal Palace, do you know where Wu Dao is? The old elder of the Yi family hurriedly asked. They were too anxious. We don't know. However, I think you should first destroy the surrounding formation. At the very least, you should let the news in. Otherwise, you will never find Yi Wu Dao. Many thanks to Immortal Palace for the reminder. The Yi family elders' eyes shone brightly as they hurried into action. Boom! The sound of a bell rang throughout the entire Yi clan, spreading in all directions. The Yi clan immediately took action. Countless elders and geniuses came out of seclusion one after another. Even the clan leader was startled. Soon, the family lord called for a family meeting. When they learned that Yi Wudao's life was in danger, they all became nervous. Attack! Wipe out everything around you. Bring your holy weapons. I will discuss this with the Grand Elder. If necessary, we will use imperial weapons. The Yi family lord was a middle-aged man. He was very dignified, and at this moment, he was like a divine king. There was nothing they could do. Yi Wudao was too important to them. Therefore, they had no choice but to attack with all their might. The elders, invincible kings, and young experts all moved out. Among them, many elders held undamaged holy weapons. Some experts also took out the family's forbidden weapons. They all moved out, sweeping in all directions. The Yi family lord also turned around and went to the family's forbidden area to meet with the Grand Elders. Firstly, he wanted the living fossil elder to help. Secondly, he needed the help of the Grand Elders to revive the imperial weapon. It seemed that the Yi family lord was really angry. He didn't say that out of anger. He was really going to do it. Boom! In the sky, a long sword soared into the clouds. Its biting cold light swept in all directions. A terrifying holy aura quickly swept out. It was revived. An undamaged holy weapon was directly revived by the joint efforts of the Grand Elders. A terrifying pressure enveloped a radius of millions of li. At this moment, the entire sky was illuminated, and the light spread out for millions of li. The martial artists in a radius of millions of li all raised their heads at this moment, their faces filled with fear. Heavens, what was going on? Someone used a holy weapon. Who was it? Nonsense, it had to be the Yi family. The martial artists in the nearby cities looked at the resplendent light in the sky and trembled. The Yi family used a holy weapon? Why? Were they going to start a war again? No one knew. These people didn't know about Yi Wudao. Moreover, no one was idle enough to go to the Yi family's territory. Buzz! Just as they were discussing excitedly, another ray of light exploded in the sky. A purple saber light appeared in the sky, bringing with it divine lightning. In an instant, it illuminated millions of li heavens. It's another saint weapon that's in perfect condition. What was going on with the Yi family? Boom! A green hammer floated up and down. It was also incomparably terrifying. A third holy weapon. Everyone was stunned. Many people sat on the ground. The three undamaged holy weapons were revived, forming a triangle that suppressed the heavens and the earth. A terrifying holy aura swept through the world. At this moment, the mysterious black-robed men's expressions changed. Not good, the Yi family still found out. Damn it, you actually sent a message. Chapter 2655. Damn it. How did they do it? The group was completely stunned. After all, they had set up an ancient restrictive spell formation, which was extremely terrifying. Ordinary methods wouldn't have been able to transmit any information. And yet, the three people in front of them had actually been able to transmit information to the Yi clan. That was completely beyond their expectations. How could they possibly have known that Immortal Palace had existed for a very long time, and that its origins were extremely mysterious and terrifying? Furthermore, they had used a forbidden item from Immortal Palace. That was why they had been able to quickly notify the Yi clan. What do we do? The black-robed figures had unsightly expressions. Even further away, a tall figure who looked like a devil king was frowning. Had they been discovered? But we've already been delayed for a long time. I wonder if they've succeeded. I don't think so. Otherwise, we would have received the news by now. The mysterious figures next to him also shook their heads. Their expressions were very unsightly. They had been chasing Leaf Dao Denier for a very long time, but had yet to succeed. Furthermore, they had already sent out many invincible kings. Was a trifling Leaf Dao Denier really that difficult to kill? Have most of your people retreat. Don't fight them head-on. However, guard every stronghold that leads back to the Yi clan. If you find Leaf Dao Denier, send me a message immediately. The remaining invincible kings will stay here with me. This time, we'll see what kind of power the Yi clan has. With that, a vicious smile appeared on his face. The demonic aura on his body pierced through the clouds, forming a demonic cloud that spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the sky for millions of kilometers turned completely dark. Were those dark clouds, or devil energy? Off in the distance, the martial artists in the cities looked up at the sky. As the sky grew darker and darker, their faces filled with terror. That was because they could sense a cold killing intent emanating from the dark clouds. The dark clouds seemed to crush everything in their path. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that you'd still find out? Just as everyone was feeling puzzled, a loud laughter came from the horizon. It turned into rolling thunder and swept out in all directions. When the martial artists in the distant cities heard the voice, they were so shocked that they prostrated themselves on the ground, unable to withstand the power. Not good. Who would have thought that there would be someone so terrifying among the mysterious figures? The Great Protector's expression also changed. He brought the 6 old men and the black-dressed woman, Xiao Wu, and the 3 of them quickly retreated. They did not continue fighting because their main mission this time was to inform the Yi clan. Now, they had accomplished their mission. Where was the palace master? He had to find him quickly, or else he would be in danger. The 6 protectors were extremely anxious. The Great Protector's eyes flickered. There was no rush. The palace master had an imprint of the immortal palace on his body, and we could sense it. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his palm, and a disc array appeared in front of him, flickering non-stop. In the end, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was not very far from us. It was less than 2 million miles away. Let's go and meet with the Temple Lord first. The Great Guardian waved his hand, and the 3 of them soared into the sky. However, when they had just flown 30,000 li, they were stopped. Countless black-clothed individuals descended. The ones leading the group were none other than the peerless emperors that were fighting the Great Protector and his crew. You want to leave just like that? How dare you ruin my plan? Do you think we will let you go? Capture the 3 of them and kill them. Shred it into pieces. Light exploded in the sky, and the 3 peerless emperors roared. A shocking battle erupted, and it was extremely terrifying. However, this battle was ignored by the demonic clouds that filled the sky. That was because the demonic clouds were too terrifying. It was as if hell had descended from the universe, causing people to tremble. Who are you people? How dare you oppose the Yi clan? Do you want to die? On the Yi clan side, an elder also roared. Golden light bloomed in the sky, and the 3 great sage soldiers erupted with incomparably terrifying light, forming a world of light that blocked the pitch-black clouds. Damn it, if anything happens to Wu Dao, the Yi clan will definitely not let you off. Every single one of you who participated in this plan, and every single one of your clans, will be uprooted. The Yi clan will exterminate all of you. The Yi clan experts roared. They had really gone crazy, and all of them were surging with killing intent. How domineering. How arrogant the Yi clan was. The mysterious voice sounded again. As expected of an emperor clan. However, this threat is useless against me. This time, Yi Wudao will definitely die. As for the rest of you, stay here obediently, and I won't touch you. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre. At this point, the dark clouds in the sky churned, and then formed ferocious heads. They were like the heads of demons, and they roared. Space shattered, and countless bolts of lightning surged. A terrifying aura descended on the world. Accompanied by those terrifying heads, the dark clouds began to spin, forming a huge vortex in a radius of 1,000,000 miles. From the vortex, a black death demonic blade appeared. Slash! With a slash, heaven and earth were split in half. Countless mountains and rivers below shattered, and the entire space cracked open, forming a crack of millions of miles that continued to spread. It was as if this slash was going to split the entire Yi clan in half. How dare you attack the Yi clan? You really don't know life from death. The Yi clan elder snorted coldly, and countless figures flickered. Activate the formation. A cold voice sounded, and the Yi clan elder also walked out. He looked at the sky with a cold expression. He gave the order, and the land of the Yi clan, within a radius of millions of miles, began to flicker. At the center, the largest formation was formed, and it spread to the surrounding area. One formation after another appeared, emitting a peerless aura to block the attacks that filled the sky. This was their territory. Who could break through? However, the power of this slash was still beyond their imagination. They even suspected that a saint had made a move. Because this slash had shattered countless formations, and many formations within a radius of a few million miles were shattered. However, the main formations within a radius of tens of thousands of miles were not affected. Who was this guy? How could he be so terrifying? No matter how terrifying he was only one person. Our Yi clan has tens of millions of experts. It would be easy to kill him. They were preparing to attack, but in the sky, other than that fiend-like figure, more than 10 figures appeared. Each of them emitted a peerless aura. They were invincible kings, and extremely terrifying ones. Damn it, there were so many terrifying invincible kings. The Yi clan was shocked. Although the dozen or so unrivaled kings were no threat to them, the strength that they had displayed had left them astonished. What kind of force was this? It was definitely not a small force. Which sacred ground was it? At this moment, there were only 4 elders left beside him. It could be said that he was in a miserable state. Even Yi Dao Denir was covered in blood and his face was pale. From the looks of it, he was also heavily injured. After all, being chased by so many invincible kings, it was already a miracle that he was still alive. Kid, you can't escape. Behind him, an invincible king laughed sinisterly and waved his hand. A large bell that was flickering with light flew out. It enlarged in the sky and descended from the sky, wanting to envelop Yi Dao Denir and the others. Buzz! The bell was dark green with many runes engraved on it. It looked very simple. At a glance, it was a treasure. Yes, it was a mid-grade heaven-tier treasure. At this moment, when an invincible king used it, it could suppress everything. Rumble. As expected, when the bell fell, the void was instantly torn apart. Countless runes flashed in the sky, and wind and thunder rumbled. A strange power enveloped Yi Dao Denir and the 4 elders of the Yi clan. Yi Dao Denir didn't resist. Instead, he pushed the golden chariot and fled like crazy. He didn't have much strength left, so it wasn't wise for him to fight with the other party. More importantly, they were now very close to the Yi family. As long as he entered the Yi clan's range of influence, he would be safe. With a boom, heaven and earth shattered. The bell missed and didn't injure Yi Dao Denir. However, Yi Dao Denir and the others were still pushed back by the shock wave. Kid, you don't have much power left, do you? Let's see how many more times you can escape. The green-robed king behind him sneered when he saw that his attack had missed. An elder of the Yi clan snorted coldly. "Damn it, when we get back to the Yi clan, you'll die." They were furious. 4 of their elders had died, and Yi Dao Denier was seriously injured. If it weren't for the fact that they were protecting him, and that he had used the projection of his ancestor, he would have been killed long ago. "You want to go back to the Yi clan? How naive. We've already set up an inescapable net for millions of kilometers around the Yi clan. Do you really think you can escape? If you had fled to some other place, we might have been in a bit of a pickle. But you chose to flee to the Yi clan. Isn't that the same as walking right into a trap? In fact, we didn't even need to do anything. All you had to do was run a bit more and we'd kill you." "What?" An inescapable net was set up near the Yi clan. The faces of the elders of the Yi clan fell. Yi Dao Denier snorted coldly. "Elders, don't listen to him. He's definitely trying to interfere with us. The Yi clan is an imperial clan. How could someone possibly be able to set up an inescapable net without anyone noticing?" Yi Dao Denier's words made the 4 elders feel much more at ease. However, the 3 invincible kings behind him were laughing coldly. "You don't know the difference between life and death. Go ahead and try." Chapter 2657. Damn it. The few elders gritted their teeth. This matter was too strange. Leaf Dao Denier didn't say a word. His face was cold as he urged the war god chariot forward. Whoosh! The group moved very quickly. As they spoke, they had already traveled more than 300,000 miles. During this time, the invincible kings attacked a few more times. However, Leaf Dao Denier controlled the war god chariot to quickly dodge. Every time he dodged, his face paled a little. Clearly, this kind of dodging was very taxing on him. If he persisted a little longer, he would reach the family. Leaf Dao Denier gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing. Behind him, the invincible king sneered. "It seems that you are really naive. Since that's the case, let us show you our inescapable net." As he spoke, the green-robed old man activated his jade-green bell. Immediately, the sound of the bell filled the air and spread out, forming a strange sound wave. Clearly, he was notifying his companions. Buzz! Buzz! Not long after, countless black clouds appeared in the surroundings. They were like demons and monsters, rolling toward them. There were these terrifying dark clouds in all directions. In an instant, they completely enveloped the surrounding tens of thousands of miles. Not good. Seeing this strange scene, the Yi family elder's expression changed. Leaf Dao Denier's face was gloomy. "Charge!" He shouted coldly and activated the war god chariot. It exploded with millions of golden rays, and at the same time, an immortal king phantom appeared on his body, roaring to the 9 heavens. He charged forward like a madman. In front of him, the black clouds dispersed, and black-robed men appeared, laughing coldly. When they saw Leaf Dao Denier, their eyes bloomed with fiery red light. "It's him. It's that kid. Catch him. Reward him heavily." They screamed crazily. But soon, many of them were sent flying. Most of them were almighties and peerless experts. Although Leaf Dao Denier was seriously injured, the war god chariot he was driving was an extremely terrifying ancient treasure. Moreover, the immortal king phantom wasn't something that just anyone could resist. In an instant, hundreds of black-robed men were sent flying, vomiting blood. The weaker ones were directly killed. Blood dyed the world red. A terrifying scene surrounded them. A bunch of ants want to stop me. When the other black-robed men saw this scene, they were shocked. Is this a saint physique? He was too powerful. Damn it, looking at his appearance, he was still seriously injured. To think that it could still unleash such power. No wonder he was able to escape from the hands of so many unrivaled kings. These people were extremely shocked. That's great. Let's get out of here. When the elders of the Yi family saw this, they regained their hope. Leaf Dao Denier went all out, and his golden war chariot shot through the air like a bolt of golden lightning. Boom! However, it was at this moment that a loud explosion rang out between heaven and earth. A streak of black demonic chi pierced through and turned into a black sun, crashing into the golden chariot. With a hong sound, heaven and earth collapsed. A terrifying black hole extended outwards, and the golden war chariot was blasted backwards. Puff puff puff. Leaf Dao Denier and the other 4 elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood, their faces filled with terror. Damn it, who are you? You still want to leave? In front of them, a tall figure walked out. He wore black armor and held a black hammer in his hand. His body emitted a monstrous power. He was the one who had unleashed that attack earlier. An invincible king. The elders of the Yi family were shocked, and their faces became extremely ugly. Leaf Dao Denier frowned. Damn it! Another invincible king had appeared. The situation was critical. Their escape route had been blocked, and 4 invincible kings had locked them in the air. There were also thousands of black-robed men around them, eyeing them like tigers watching their prey. Moreover, this was only the vicinity. Who knew if there were more black-robed men ahead? Damn it! Could it be that the Yi family was really surrounded? The elders of the Yi family were filled with terror. They hadn't believed it before, but now it seemed that these people really had set up an inescapable net around the Yi family. Boom! In this moment of crisis, a dazzling light exploded in the distance, as though it were an eternal light. Everyone within 10 million kilometers saw it, and they all looked up. Leaf Dao Denier and the other elders of the Yi family looked up. The black-robed men also frowned, their expressions grave. What's going on? Someone was fighting. The elders of the Yi family cried out in alarm. It's the aura of our holy weapons. They were too excited. It seemed that the family had discovered them. Leaf Dao Denier breathed a sigh of relief, but then he was shocked. From the looks of it, the 2 sides were fighting fiercely. Just who could possibly stand up to the Yi family? Humph. So what if they're fighting? Our people aren't people you can imagine. Don't expect them to come and save you. The 4 invincible kings laughed coldly, while Leaf Dao Denier's expression darkened. Elders, hurry up and send word to the family. I can hold them off for a while. Actually, there was no need for Leaf Dao Denier to say anything. The elders of the Yi family had already sent word. Attack! Hurry up and capture him. A long night is fraught with dreams. The green-robed king said coldly. They didn't dare to be careless. The 4 invincible kings attacked together, while the surrounding black-robed men watched from a distance. Kid, you're going to die obediently. The 4 of them laughed savagely, and terrifying light exploded. The 4 invincible kings were sent flying, and the surrounding black-robed men were even more shocked. Damn it! What just happened? Meanwhile, Leaf Dao Denier urged the golden chariot to flee. As it turned out, he had just detonated a mid-heaven tier treasure. The power of the explosion was so terrifying that it had forced the 4 invincible kings to retreat. Kid, you won't be able to escape. The 4 invincible kings' expressions darkened. The explosion had forced them back, but it wasn't enough to threaten them. Snorting coldly, they attacked again. At the same time, they issued orders to stop him. The surrounding black-robed men unleashed furious lotuses, filling the sky with light. Leaf Dao Denier was in a critical situation. Was he really going to die here? The four elders' faces were incomparably pale. They were already at their doorstep. Dying here was too depressing. Leaf Dao Denier was covered in blood. Although he had a saint body, fighting invincible kings was too much for him. And 4 invincible kings at that. In the blink of an eye, many of his bones were broken, and the golden light dimmed. The immortal king projection let out an unwilling roar. Don't struggle, kid. You're going to die today. The 4 invincible kings laughed coldly. Just as they were about to succeed, off in the distance, another shocking wave of energy came. What's going on? Are the Yi family people coming? Or are they our people? When they looked up, the first thing they saw was black light. Seeing this, the 4 invincible kings breathed sighs of relief. They had used black robes, black light, and black energy to conceal themselves. Therefore, when they saw the black light, they immediately assumed it was one of their own. It was over. There was no hope. Leaf Dao Denier and the Yi family elders were ashen. From the looks of it, more reinforcements had arrived. What could they do? Not only that, the black earth turned into a stream of light, knocking dozens of black-robed people away and flying forward. Damn it, what's going on? The surrounding black-robed people were stunned. The 2 invincible kings were also stunned. Damn it! Chase after him. We can't let them escape. Contact the people in front and have them set up the sky net formation to kill them. Although they didn't know what was going on, they wouldn't let the other party escape. On the other side, when Yi Wudao and the Yi clan elders entered the black earth, they breathed a sigh of relief. However, when they saw the 2 invincible kings following them, their faces turned ugly. Not good, this time, they were really dead. Inside the spirit boat, they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. Let's see where you can run this time. Damned ant, kneel down obediently and accept your death. The 2 invincible kings looked at Yi Wudao and the others and sneered. The green-robed invincible king stared at Lin Xian and the crimson dragon. You 2 dare to interfere with our business. In a moment, I'll let you know what it means to be torn to shreds. You'll wish you were dead. Brother Lin, I've implicated you. Yi Wudao's expression was ugly. No matter. Lin Xian waved his hand, not nervous at all. Wasn't it just 2 invincible kings? He couldn't fight them before, but with the formation suppressing his cultivation base, that wasn't necessarily the case. Although it would consume half of his resources, if he could get the rings of holding of the 2 invincible kings, he would definitely be able to make up for it. He could even make a big profit. Therefore, Lin Xian said, Black Earth, move out. You don't know what's good for you. You want to attack us. The 2 invincible kings sneered and prepared to attack. However, the world around them spun, and countless runes flickered, enveloping the 2 invincible kings, Lin Xian, and the Crimson Dragon. Yi Wudao and the Yi clan elders were stunned. They saw a strange formation in front of the spirit boat, emitting an aura that made their hearts tremble. Then, the 2 invincible kings, Lin Xian, and the Crimson Dragon disappeared. They seemed to be floating in the formation, but it didn't look very clear. What was going on? Where was Brother Lin? They looked around in shock. At this time, Black Earth floated over. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Xian will take care of the 2 invincible kings. You can rest here for now. There are spirit fruits and recovery pills here. There are also many cultivation rooms. You can rest at ease. When Leaf Dao Denier and the other Yi clan elders heard that, they were completely taken aback. Those were two invincible kings. They couldn't even defeat them, so how could Lin Xian deal with them alone? They really couldn't understand. What was even stranger was that the one speaking was a sword. A broken black sword. It was too strange. Yi Wudao was also worried. Was Brother Lin really fine? And what's your name? Don't worry, he's fine. This formation has a strange effect. Chapter 2659. Yi Wudao and the rest of the Yi family asked some simple questions again. Then, they entered their respective cultivation rooms and prepared to cultivate and recover. The pursuit during this period of time had consumed too much of their energy, and they were all seriously injured. As a result, Yi Wudao's injuries were even worse. If they didn't clean it up now, it would definitely affect their cultivation and martial path in the future. Therefore, these people didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. They were recovering with all their strength. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were fighting with the two invincible kings. He too controlled the black earth and flew towards the Yi family. At the same time, he was trying to contact the Yi family. On the Yi family side, the battle was very intense. The Yi family elders' faces were gloomy. They had used 3 intact holy weapons, and they had fully recovered, but they still couldn't suppress the other party. This was too shocking for them. They even wanted to use more holy weapons. Many people suggested to the patriarch that they use extreme weapons to destroy the other party. This time, they were really too angry. When had their Yi clan ever been attacked by others? The warriors in the surrounding cities were also terrified. Of course, they didn't dare to go and could only obediently stay in the city. However, their hearts were in turmoil. Who dared to start a war with the Yi family? Was it someone from the Immortal Palace? As He too was flying, he caught a few familiar energy traces. He changed direction and rushed over. It was the Palace Master's spirit ship. The Great Guardian and the 6 Guardians also cried out in surprise. Palace Master, we are here. They hurriedly transmitted their voices. He too shot down a ray of black light, enveloping the Great Guardian, the 6 Guardians, and the black-dressed woman, Xiao Wu. The 3 of them entered the black earth and quickly asked. He too gave a simple explanation. When they learned that Lin Xian was fighting with 2 invincible kings, they were extremely shocked. No way, was the Palace Master in danger? They were too shocked. There was no danger. Could it be that the Palace Master had broken through to the Invincible King realm? Seeing the shock of the 3, He too shook his head. No, that formation could suppress the cultivation of invincible kings. There was such a magical formation. They were shocked. When they learned that Yi Wudao was also here, they completely heaved a sigh of relief. They revealed a smile. That's great. This time, I've done the Yi family a huge favor. Thinking about it, the Yi clan would definitely not mistreat them. After a simple discussion, they sat down cross-legged and began to recover. The invincible kings outside were all going crazy. What was going on? So many people had been taken away by the spirit boat. That was especially true when the invincible kings realized that Leaf Dao Denier was on the ship, and began to chase after him like madmen. The Black Earthen was followed by 5 or 6 invincible kings and countless black-robed men. This scene was very frightening, but the Black Earth went all out and left them far behind in the dust. When they arrived at the Yi family, the Great Protector and the others stood up because the battle here was the most dangerous. They were all filled with holy might, and even invincible kings didn't dare to approach them. The black-robed men also roared angrily and quickly transmitted the message to their leaders. He wanted them to kill him. Sure enough, in the sky, a black-robed man received the news and coldly shouted. He waved his snake-coiling cane and directly charged over. This crutch was an undamaged sacred weapon, and a saint's aura directly enveloped the black earth. Seeing this, the black-robed man laughed. With a sacred weapon in hand, no matter how strong the opponent was, they wouldn't be able to block it. Let's do it too. Seeing this, the Great Protector directly took out a golden decree and sent it out. Outside the black earth, the golden decree unfolded, and mysterious runes flickered as a vast power blocked the attack. This golden decree was also a sacred weapon, and an undamaged one at that. At the same time, the 6 Great Protectors sent another message to the Yi family, telling them to quickly come to their aid. The Yi family was extremely anxious. The surrounding black-robed men were already so terrifying. How many people were chasing Leaf Dao Denier? They didn't dare to imagine. In fact, they were already preparing for the worst. But at this time, they received news from Immortal Palace. When they learned that Immortal Palace had brought Leaf Dao Denier back, they were wild with joy. Hurry and move out. Go and welcome him. Do whatever it takes. Bring them over to me. The Yi family patriarch roared. Immediately, the elders of the Yi family moved out. This time, they moved out over 1,000 people. When the Yi family was angry, it was extremely terrifying. The remaining people frantically activated their sacred weapons. Even a Grand Elder walked out from the forbidden area. Patriarch. When they saw this person, the experts were excited. The Yi family patriarch was also extremely respectful. This was because this was a true sacred weapon. The sacred weapon was in perfect condition, and the sacred weapon was sent out. Boom! The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying sacred might in the sky tore apart the black demonic clouds. The world regained its clarity. The black-robed men quickly retreated, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Tens of thousands of black-robed cultivators were directly torn apart by this attack. Even the invincible kings were filled with fear. This was bad. The sacred weapon was attacking. Damn it! Where's Leaf Dao Denier? Asked one of the invincible Black Devil Kings coldly. He was the leader of this operation, and the one who had summoned the demonic clouds millions of li away. Sir, it was taken away by someone. It was a black spirit boat. It was that one. Why did he point ahead? However, 2 of us invincible kings were also inside. Seeing this, the invincible Black Devil King coldly shouted and attacked. This was the final attack. But this time, tens of thousands of Yi family experts had moved out, making it impossible for the black-robed men to succeed. At this moment, an old figure walked out from across them. He gave them a sense of endless pressure. Not good, it's a sacred weapon. Damn it, could it be that this mission was going to fail? What do we do? The other black-robed men all looked at the invincible Black Devil King. The invincible Black Devil King was very decisive. If their attack failed, they wouldn't let their sacrifice go to waste. So, they quickly retreated like a black cloud. This is great. They finally retreated. The Yi family cultivators sighed in relief. Chapter 2660. Damn it, he wasn't dead. How was that possible? The black-robed figures in the sky retreated to a certain distance, but they didn't leave immediately. They knew that the 2 invincible kings had entered the spirit vessel and were fighting. That gave them a glimmer of hope. After all, the 2 invincible kings had joined forces, while the other party only had a heavily injured elder and 2 7-star experts. With such strength, how could he possibly contend against it? Perhaps Leaf Dao Denier had already been killed in Massachusetts. Of course, that was only their guess. They wanted to see Leaf Dao Denier's corpse with their own eyes. However, things greatly exceeded their expectations. They didn't see Leaf Dao Denier's corpse, but he was alive. How was that possible? The Invincible King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Impossible. Green Robe and Black Hammer went in personally. Where were the two of them? Indeed, their companions had entered the spirit vessel, but why hadn't they killed Leaf Dao Denier? And why hadn't the two of them come out yet? After Leaf Dao Denier and the chief enforcer came out, Lin Xian also came out. He looked at the countless black-robed figures in the distance and sneered. What, are you still waiting for the two invincible kings? They're here. With that, he waved his hand, and the two corpses flew out and landed on the ground. What was that? The Yi family elder was shocked and looked carefully. The countless black-robed figures in the sky were shocked. Dead? Green Robe and Black Hammer had been killed. Damn it, could there be other invincible kings in the spirit vessel? They didn't dare to believe it. The elders of the Yi family also cried out in alarm. Those were the corpses of invincible kings. Their faces were also filled with astonishment. Leaf Dao Denier and the four elders with him were even more shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with disbelief. They had seen Lin Xian and the two invincible kings being enveloped by the formation with their own eyes. They had been worried about Lin Xian's safety, but now Lin Xian had killed two invincible kings. Damn it! Damn it! This scene made them feel as if they were dreaming. In the sky, those black-robed men roared madly. Their plan had failed. Their plan had been perfect, and they had deployed so many invincible kings that Leaf Dao Denier was in a dire situation. Logically speaking, no matter how powerful the other party was, it would be difficult for him to escape. But now, they had actually failed. Damn it! Who the hell is this brat? It's him. He's the one who messed up all my plans. That's right. If Lin Xian hadn't appeared, their plan would have been perfect. Leaf Dao Denier would definitely be killed. However, the appearance of this person in front of them completely disrupted their plans. Leaf Dao Denier was still alive, and none of them had taken advantage of him. Instead, it completely infuriated the Yi family. When the clan chief saw that Leaf Dao Denier was alive and well, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he snorted coldly, and a piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, turning into thousands of divine lights. Disciples of the Yi family, listen up. Kill them all. He had to find out who the mastermind was. With that order, the elders, experts, and young geniuses all moved out. The sage in the sky even reached out a palm that covered 5 million miles, completely enveloping everyone. The Yi clan retaliated. Run! The black-robed men screamed like madmen, and many of them hurriedly drew on their sacred weapons in an attempt to resist. However, the sage of the Yi family was simply too strong. He swept through everything. Apart from the areas covered by the sacred weapons, which were temporarily able to resist, everything else was destroyed. The black-robed men were reduced to a bloody mist, and their souls were extracted and collected by the Yi family elders. However, their cultivation levels were too low, and they didn't know the core secrets. In the blink of an eye, their souls were destroyed. The Yi clan had launched their most powerful counterattack. Great Protector Lin Xian and the others were also astonished. As expected of a primeval clan, a clan of the ancients. However, none of this had anything to do with them. Once the Yi clan got their hands on the truth, they could just ask about it. Off to the side, Leaf Dao Denier and the others were taken to the Yi clan's forbidden area to recuperate. As for the Yi clan chief, he led the clan's elders, experts, and disciples to receive Lin Xian, the Grand Enforcer, and the others in the grandest fashion. They had no choice. Lin Xian had become their savior this time. If it weren't for him, Leaf Dao Denier would have been killed. They couldn't bear the consequences. Thank you for your help, Hall Master Lin. The Yi clan chief personally welcomed him. The Yi clan chief was too polite. Lin Xian cupped his hands and walked forward side by side with the Yi clan chief. In the main hall of Huihong, there were songs and dances, and all kinds of rare fruits were placed on the table. The elders of the Yi clan were extremely grateful. After 3 rounds of wine, both sides were very happy. At this moment, Lin Xian said, Yi clan chief, I came to the eastern wilderness this time because I have something to discuss with you. What is it? Hall Master Lin, as long as it's within the Yi clan's power, we will definitely not refuse. Thank you very much. Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that the Yi clan was indeed loyal. I came here to join forces with the Yi clan. Because I received news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. What? News about the nest of 10,000 dragons? Hearing this, the elders of the Yi clan were also surprised. The Yi clan chief was stunned. Then, he waved his hand and said to the dancing beauties, you can leave first. Yes, clan chief. The beautiful disciples of the Yi clan quickly left. Only Lin Xian, the great guardian, and the others were left in the main hall. The elders and experts of the Yi clan. Hall Master Lin, to be honest, we also know some information about the nest of 10,000 dragons. But we don't know the details. We only know that it seems to have been rumored in Zhongzhou for many years, but no one has really seen it. The Yi clan chief frowned. He thought that Lin Xian wanted to ask him about the nest of 10,000 dragons. However, Lin Xian smiled and said, this time, I received accurate information. I can definitely find the nest of 10,000 dragons. What? Accurate information? Are you sure? The Yi clan chief also gasped. The elders and experts of the Yi clan were even more shocked. Of course. With these words, Lin Xian briefly explained how he had obtained it. When everyone heard that the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons came out together with the Yuhua immortal robe, they believed it. They knew how big the commotion caused by the Yuhua immortal robe was. However, they didn't expect that Lin Xian would actually obtain news about the nest of 10,000 dragons during that opportunity. The nest of 10,000 dragons was of great importance. Once it appeared, it would affect the entire True Spirit continent. At that time, it wouldn't just be a matter of Zhongzhou. Eastern wasteland, western desert, southern mountains, northern plains, and countless great sects would be alarmed. That scene would definitely be more spectacular than exploring an ancient tomb. Moreover, even if they found the nest of 10,000 dragons, it wouldn't be easy to break the seal of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Chapter 2661. My immortal palace can't swallow it alone, so I want to make some allies. The Yi family is my first stop. Good, my Yi family is willing to join forces to explore the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Yi family head laughed loudly. They were already very happy that Yi Wudao's life was not in danger. They didn't expect that they would also receive an unexpected surprise. They learned about the nest of 10,000 dragons. The nest of 10,000 dragons was rumored to be the burial place of dragons. Dragons were mystical creatures, and they knew it very well. They were the most terrifying race among beasts. The burial place of dragons must have endless natural treasures, and even many great divine abilities of dragons. Perhaps, there were endless dragon veins. All of this was endlessly tempting for humans like them. Lin Xian was also happy because although Immortal Palace was powerful, it also had its drawbacks. Firstly, the immortal palace he controlled was only the tip of the iceberg, and he couldn't mobilize all of its strength. Moreover, Immortal Palace had just appeared in the world. Although they had done some shocking things, their appeal was definitely not as strong as the Yi family. Moreover, he had many enemies, such as the Tai dynasty, the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, the War Clan, and so on. They were all shocking great forces. When the time came, these people would definitely join forces. Therefore, if he formed an alliance with the Yi family now, there would only be many benefits and no disadvantages. Next, Lin Xian, the Yi family head, and a group of elders began a close meeting. This meeting lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days later, Lin Xian and the others got up and left because they had reached an agreement. When the time came, they would join forces to hold a grand meeting and invite the sect masters and sacred lords of the great sage land and the world to discuss. Hall Master Lin, this time, my Yi family owes you a huge favor. If you need any help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. The Yi family head led a group of Yi family experts out to send them off. Good. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yi family head, there's no need to send us off. We'll take our leave. With that, he and the other 2 boarded the Black Earth and left. After leaving the Yi family, the 6 protectors heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was really too dangerous. Who were these black-clothed men? They don't know yet. Lin Xian shook his head. There was no need to rush. With the Yi clan attacking with all their might, the fate of these black-clothed men would definitely be miserable. When the time came, all he had to do was ask Leaf Dao Denier about them. By the way, Abaddon, after what happened with Leaf Dao Denier, we've come to the conclusion that you're being targeted by some mysterious people. Therefore, we will send you an invincible king. Xiao Wu. With that, the lady in the black dress stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Xian. Greetings, Hall Master. An invincible king. Lin Xian was surprised. Then, he smiled and said, no need to be so polite. Xing Tian was currently busy gathering the nest of 10,000 dragons and couldn't be by his side. It would be good to get another invincible king to protect him. After all, many people had their eyes on him now. Because his performance in the ancient tomb was too dazzling. Moreover, this time, he threw out the corpses of 2 invincible kings. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock the world. One had to know that he had a lot of enemies. The Yin-Yang sect, the Tai dynasty, the 5 palaces, and the war race were all great sects of the Holy Lands. If these forces sent invincible kings to kill him, it might be very troublesome. Now that there was such a beautiful invincible king, Lin Xian felt a lot more at ease. Next, let's go to the Jade Pool. Lin Xian controlled the Black Earth and flew in the direction of the Jade Pool. The Jade Pool was the holy land where Murong Qingqing was. He would definitely go there. Not only that, he would also make a trip to the Purple Dawn Holy Land. After all, Qingqing and Shenjingqiu were both holy maidens. With their help and recommendation, Lin Xian could quickly get in touch with these 2 great sage. Sure enough, when Lin Xian came to the Jade Pool, found Murong Qingqing, and told her about his idea. Murong Qingqing was also very surprised. Brother Xian, don't worry. I'll go tell Master now. Not only was Murong Qingqing the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, but she was also the last disciple of the Jade Pool sacred leader. When the Jade Pool sacred leader received the news, she also came out of seclusion in surprise and personally welcomed him. The Jade Pool sacred leader was known as the Queen Mother of the West. She was a very dignified and beautiful woman. Greetings to the Queen Mother of the West. Lin Xian cupped his fists and smiled. Hall Master Lin, you're too polite. You're the owner of a shop, so you're on the same level as me. The Queen Mother of the West's voice was very pleasant. Hall Master Lin, please. Queen Mother of the West, please. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless at all because the Jade Pool's sacred ground was also very terrifying and had produced a great emperor. Moreover, there were extreme weapons in the Jade Pool. It could be said that the Jade Pool was as terrifying as the Yi family. Next, Lin Xian and the Queen Mother of the West had a meeting. When Lin Xian mentioned the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the Queen Mother of the West and all the elders of the Jade Pool were shocked. When they learned that Lin Xian had confirmed the news, their breathing quickened. I've already formed an alliance with the Yi family's head before this trip. I wonder what the Queen Mother of the West thinks this time. Of course I'm willing. The Queen Mother of the West was also tempted. All of this was as Lin Xian had expected. Next, he discussed some details with the Queen Mother of the West and the others again. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave. But before leaving, Lin Xian looked at Murong Qingqing. Queen Mother of the West, I hope you can give Qingqing an invincible king-level guardian. Oh, why? The Queen Mother of the West was stunned. Every saint and saintess had a guardian, but this guardian was also based on the saint and saintess cultivation. Right now, Murong Qingqing's Dao Protector was an 8-star peak almighty. Of course, he had many trump cards in his hand, and he might even have a sacred weapon in good condition. After all, Murong Qingqing's safety was very important. The Yi family's sacred body, Yi Wudao, is being hunted down. I think the eastern wilderness will not be peaceful recently. What? Yi Wudao is being hunted down. The Queen Mother of the West was shocked, and the elders of the Jade Lake sacred ground gasped. Hall Master Lin, is what you said true? That's impossible. The Yi family is a clan of the ancients. Who would dare to attack them? Moreover, they came to assassinate Yi Wudao. These people all knew how important Yi Wudao was to the Yi family. Lin Xian said, "It's true. I think this news will spread soon. You can ask around and find out." Seeing Lin Xian so sure, the Queen Mother of the West's expression turned serious. It seemed that this matter had really happened. She said, "Don't worry, we will give Qingqing an invincible king-level guardian, and he will also have a sacred weapon in good condition." Before figuring out who attacked the Yi family, these people did not dare to be careless. After all, the other party dared to attack the Yi family. Who knew if they would attack other geniuses? Big Brother Xian, where are you going next? Murong Qingqing asked from the side. Lin Xian smiled. I'm going to the Purple Dawn sacred ground. Chapter 2662. The Queen Mother nodded. Okay. She was at ease with Lin Xian by her side. Moreover, she was very satisfied with Lin Xian from the simple interaction just now. Perhaps it was not impossible for the two of them to become a couple. Next, Lin Xian bid farewell to the Queen Mother and left the Jade Lake sacred ground with Murong Qingqing. They headed to the Purple Glow sacred ground. Purple Glow sacred ground. It was also a peerless sacred ground in the eastern wilderness. It was located in a fairyland. The purple qi that filled the sky was very beautiful. When Shen Jingqiu learned that Lin Xian and Murong Qingqing had come, she was very happy. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Brother Lin Xian, Sister Qingqing, you're both here. She jumped into Lin Xian's arms happily. This scene made the male disciples of the Purple Glow sacred ground envious. They all widened their eyes and stared at Lin Xian with gritted teeth. Damn it, who is this guy? There were countless disciples in the Purple Glow sacred ground, but not everyone had seen Lin Xian before. Therefore, when they saw their saintess in the arms of a strange man, they were stunned. It's him, it's that kid. Damn it, I didn't expect him to come. Some people also recognized Lin Xian. What is he doing here? These people discussed animatedly, and many of them directly reported to the elders. Sure enough, the elders of the Purple Glow Sacred Ground came not long after. Who are you? How dare you be rude to our saintess? When the elders saw this scene, they immediately blew their beards and glared. Lin Xian let go of Shinjingqiu, looked into the distance, and said indifferently. I am the master of Immortal Palace, Lin Xian. The master of Immortal Palace. The elders were stunned, and then they were extremely shocked. They had heard of his name, but it was the first time many of the elders had seen him. When they saw the beautiful figure beside him, they cried out in surprise. The Jade Lake Saintess. Lin Xian might be unfamiliar to them, but they were no stranger to Murong Qingqing. Both of them were from the Eastern Barren Territory, and the other party was the saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground. How could they not know each other? For a holy maiden and a hall master who was on par with their hall master to come here together, it was likely that they had something important to discuss with him. They hurriedly said, Please, gentlemen. Soon, an elder invited them over. Even more people went to inform their holy masters. The young ones also went back to call for help. When the young geniuses of the Purple Dawn Holy Land found out that their holy maiden had actually thrown herself into someone else's arms, they gritted their teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Damn it, who is it? No, I must teach him a good lesson. Among them, many peerless geniuses charged forward murderously. It's him, it's him. Many people pointed at Lin Xian and shouted from afar. Those peerless geniuses stared at Lin Xian and sneered. He was only a mid-stage 7-star king tier, so what was the big deal? I'm going to destroy him now. These people wanted to make a move. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs popped out. Because they found that their holy masters had actually personally welcomed the other party. Oh my god, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Fuck, dream, I must be dreaming. How could he be on the same level as the holy masters? Damn it, who is this kid? Those peerless geniuses also felt cold all over. Fortunately, they didn't have time to make a move. Otherwise, they would have been slapped to death by their holy masters. It seemed to be some immortal palace master, but this kid's strength wasn't that great. Many 5th-rank warriors gritted their teeth. When those peerless geniuses heard this, their faces turned green. What? Immortal Palace Master. The current Immortal Palace was no longer as mysterious as before. Ever since the ancient tomb battle, the name of Immortal Palace had gradually spread. All the major sects of the true spirit world were familiar with it. The other party was from Immortal Palace, and he was the Immortal Palace Master. He was definitely a super genius, and his status was on the same level as their holy masters. Thinking of this, those peerless geniuses' faces turned ugly. Damn it, do you want me to die? They began to reprimand their junior brothers. Those junior brothers also had bitter looks on their faces. Senior brother, we really don't dare. Lin Xian naturally didn't care about this small interlude. At this moment, he brought Murong Qingqing, Shinjingqiu, the Great Guardian, and the others to gather with the Purple Dawn Holy Land's Holy Master and a group of elders. Lin Xian went straight to the point, directly stating his intentions. Because he knew that the other party wouldn't refuse. Sure enough, after hearing this news, the Purple Dawn Holy Land's Holy Master and elders were all fired up. Immediately, they decided to join forces with Lin Xian. Hall Master Lin, you must be tired from the journey. Why don't you stay in my Purple Dawn Holy Land for a few days? The Purple Dawn Holy Master invited. Lin Xian thought about it. In any case, he hadn't seen Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu in a long time. Why not stay for a while? After all, he was going to leave the eastern wilderness and go to the other continents to join forces with the other holy lands. In the next few days, Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu enjoyed the magnificent scenery. This scene made the male disciples of the Holy Land so envious that they wanted to die. Damn it, not only had their holy maiden been chased by him, but even the holy maiden of the Jade Lake was by his side. One person with two peerless beauties. This made them go crazy with jealousy. This kid is too amazing, isn't he? How did he do it? That's right, even the Alcade Holy Son, Yi Wudao, and the others didn't receive such treatment. These people were so curious that they couldn't wait to run over and ask for guidance. However, before they could, a shocking piece of news spread. This news was, of course, related to Yi Wudao and the mysterious power. The news that Yi Wudao was being chased spread. The great sage lands and the major sects of the eastern wastelands were shocked. Not only that, but the news also spread to the other continents. The entire world was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The news had to be fake. Who would dare to chase after Yi Wudao? After all, Yi Wudao was the hope of the Yi clan. Touching him was touching the bottom line of the Yi clan. The Yi clan would definitely fight back at all costs. The Holy Lands, the major sects, and the imperial dynasties didn't believe it. However, after many inquiries, they discovered that the news was actually true. This scene caused their minds to go blank. What power would dare to do something like this? Could it be one of the three great assassin divine dynasties? The first thing they thought of was the three great assassin divine dynasties. They were the only ones who would dare to make a move on Yi Wudao. After all, the three great assassin divine dynasties were said to have killed sages in ancient times. However, they soon discovered that it wasn't the three great assassin divine dynasties, but rather a very low-key and mysterious organization. Of course, they didn't know what it was. Even the Yi clan didn't know. All of the black-robed men who had come had been killed by the Yi clan. The Yi clan had extracted their souls and used their divine abilities to soul-search them. However, they hadn't been able to find any useful information. Chapter 2663. They even tortured the souls of those invincible kings and interrogated them. But in the end, they got nothing. Because these people did not know at all. Damn it, who was it? They had hidden so deeply. The Yi family's elders all had gloomy expressions. From the looks of it, the other party had already calculated everything, even their escape route. Having such a hidden enemy made the Yi family very uncomfortable. In the future, when Wudao went out, they would send more invincible kings to follow him. They would bring intact holy weapons and some forbidden weapons. They could not let this happen a second time. This matter spread far and wide, and everyone was talking about it. Because such a terrifying thing had never happened before. Lin Xian also received the news, so he asked the Yi family. The result surprised him. The Yi family did not know who the enemy was at all. This point gave Lin Xian a huge headache too. It seemed that the enemy was more terrifying and difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, after this failure, the other party would not dare to act rashly again. The Yi family was not to be trifled with. This time, the Yi family killed all the black-robed men who participated in the hunt. None of them escaped. Their methods were extremely fierce. And that mysterious organization did not have any follow-up plans. Therefore, Lin Xian temporarily put this matter aside. He stayed in the purple-dawned sacred ground for a few days and prepared to leave. Because he still had to go to the Gu family. Then, he prepared to go to the western desert and contact LoveLore Temple, where no flower was. This time, Lin Xian did not bring Shen Jingqiu or Murong Qingqing because he wanted the two of them to cooperate with his sacred ground and prepare. After he was done, they could join forces to hold a grand event. Lin Xian went to the Gu family and met with Gu Santong. Then, he discussed this matter with the Gu family's patriarch. The Gu family also quickly agreed. Then, Lin Xian opened a door and teleported to the Western Desert. Western Desert. The top forces here were mainly Buddhist sections. It could be said to be the sacred ground of all Buddhist sections. LoveLore Temple was one of the best. In the sky, a giant crack tore open. Countless runes flashed as a spirit boat crossed through space and time. It was the Black Earth. After all the energy dissipated, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon walked out of the Black Earth. Of course, Lin Xian knew that there was another person by his side. It was just that no one else could see it. It was the invincible king that the great protector had assigned to him, Xiao Wu, the woman in the black dress. Now, Xiao Wu was his protector. However, under normal circumstances, she would not appear. She would only silently follow him in the dark. Only when Lin Xian's life was in danger would she make a move. Lin Xian looked around and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the boundless golden desert. Looks like this is a huge desert. Let's leave this place first and explore the surroundings. The dark red dragon suggested. Next, the two of them turned into streams of light and flew forward. 2 days later, they left the desert. Mountains and forests gradually appeared in front of them. The types of trees here were completely different from those in the eastern wilderness and middle ground. They were all drought-resistant and looked very strange. After flying for another 3 days, they saw mountains again. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. So far, he had not met anyone. Therefore, he did not know where he was either. However, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed softly. Why do I feel that this place is a little familiar? Familiar? Have you been here before? Lin Xian asked. No, but this place was very similar to what was recorded in the ancient books. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. His body swayed and gradually rose into the sky. Then, he pointed below and said, Kid, come here. I'll tell you. Lin Xian was puzzled. He rose into the sky and looked into the distance. This is. He was shocked. How is it? Have you noticed it too? That's right, this place is very famous in the Western Desert. This place was called the Reclining Buddha Ridge. The mountain range was like a huge Buddha lying on the ground. It was not man-made, but formed naturally. It was very mysterious. It was said that many saints of the Western Desert's Buddhist sacred grounds had come here to gain enlightenment. However, no one knew what they had gained. Moreover, it seemed that not only the Western Desert, but also the other continents had experts who came here to gain enlightenment. It was said that even the ancient emperors had come here when they were young. So mysterious. Lin Xian was surprised. He did not expect that they would come to such a legendary place. Is it dangerous here? Lin Xian asked. Usually, such places were like forbidden grounds. Even if they were not, they were still very scary. However, this time, the dark red divine dragon shook his head. It was not dangerous. There were no formations in this place. However, there would occasionally be a trace of terrifying aura. Under normal circumstances, it would not attack people. Kid, why don't we go down and take a look? Maybe we can gain some enlightenment. Alright, since he had come to this legendary place, it would be inappropriate for him to leave without taking a look around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon flew forward quickly. Soon, they arrived near the Buddha statue. The two of them landed and saw that they were surrounded by cliffs. There were all kinds of markings on the walls. There were also some patterns and runes. In short, it was very messy. The dark red divine dragon pointed at these markings and said, "These were left behind by those who had gained enlightenment. However, don't underestimate these runes. It is said that someone once found a mark left behind by a great emperor here. Then, he gained enlightenment and became a terrifying saint. Left behind by a great emperor. There was such a thing." Lin Xian was shocked. He looked around, but he didn't find anything special. Of course, the great emperor that I mentioned was left behind by a great emperor when he was young. However, that was already very profound. Moreover, the younger the great emperor, the more ordinary the mark left behind. At their level, it was likely that they would have returned to simplicity long ago and turned complexity into simplicity. If a casual stroke could be developed, it would be thousands of worlds. So that's how it is. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He used the heavenly secret god eyes and golden runes appeared in his eyes. He looked in all directions. He decided to meditate here for a few days. A day later, Lin Xian was astonished. He had gained some enlightenment from these engravings, and it was very enlightening for his own martial cultivation. This made him very happy. However, just as he was about to continue comprehending, a powerful figure descended from the sky. An aura that seemed to be able to split the world descended from the sky and swept in all directions. It wanted to crush Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. The two of them changed their expressions and snorted coldly. A sharp sword light rushed out from their bodies and a terrifying light directly cut off the energy fluctuation. Chapter 2664. They saw a young monk descending from the sky in front of them. He was wearing a kasaya and had a handsome face. However, there was an unusually sharp aura in his eyes. At that moment, he glanced at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon and said coldly, "I'm going to meditate and cultivate here. Get lost, you nobodies." His voice was emotionless and cold. Within a radius of a few thousand miles, some figures quickly rose into the air and fled into the distance. It seemed that other than Lin Xian and the dark red dragon, there were other people meditating here. However, after these people sensed that biting cold aura, their expressions changed and they did not dare to stay any longer. Some of them even recognized the other party's identity. They were so scared that they wet their pants and quickly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon frowned. Who is this person? He's so arrogant and insolent. When the young monk saw that the others had fled, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. However, when he saw that Lin Xian and the dark red dragon had no intention of leaving, his face darkened. "You two nobodies, get lost. Disappear in front of me in 3 seconds, or I'll kill you." As soon as he said that, Lin Xian's face darkened. The dark red dragon immediately jumped up. "Damn, who are you? How dare you talk to us like that? Do you believe that I'll slap you to death?" Lin Xian's expression was also cold. The two of them were meditating here and did not provoke the other party. However, the other party asked them to get lost as soon as he appeared. He even threatened to kill them. No one would be able to tolerate this, let alone Lin Xian. "You're courting death. Ignorant nobodies." The young monk was also angry. "How dare a little snake make a fuss in front of me?" He raised his finger and pointed forward. A piercing light tore through heaven and earth and instantly arrived in front of the dark red dragon. Boom! The dark red dragon waved its dragon claws and slapped forward. An earth-shattering sound was heard as he smashed the attack to smithereens. It shattered. The young monk was stunned and sneered. You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. However, just this bit of strength was not enough to look at. He raised his palm and was about to attack. At this moment, the 1-pound Lin Xian also stepped forward. He raised his finger and a sharp sword wave flew out. Since the other party dared to make a move, they couldn't blame him. Buzz, the sword chi pierced through the clouds as a terrifying light filled the area. A terrifying force gushed out. The fleeing martialists felt their scalps go numb when they saw this scene. Who was this person? He actually dared to attack Yuan Kun. Did he not want to live anymore? These martial artists were very surprised. They were all from the Western Desert. Naturally, they knew this young monk and his reputation. Most likely, no one in the younger generation would dare to compete with him. However, this brat in front of him actually dared to make a move. He was simply too bold. Courting death. Fang's young monk was also enraged. A piercingly cold light surfaced in his eyes as countless runes rose from his palm. He slammed his palm down, shattering the terrifying sword chi. However, his palm was also numb from the shock. This made him quite surprised. The other party was very strong, so strong that it exceeded his expectations. Who are you? He asked coldly. Judging from the other party's appearance, he should not be an unknown person. He should be a young prodigy. However, he knew all the young prodigies in the Western Desert. The other party was a stranger. He had never seen him before. Now you know how to ask me who I am. Too late. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party had threatened to kill them as soon as he appeared. How could he tolerate that? Therefore, he waved his arm and flicked his fingers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Sword chi flew out one after another. Yuan Kun roared angrily. The other party dared to attack him. He was courting death. Kid, do you think you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have some skills? Today, I'll send you to hell. He formed a Buddhist seal with his palm. The Buddhist light on his body shone quickly as a terrifying force surged out. However, Lin Xian's sword chi was also very powerful. The sword flew out, illuminating the area as if it had turned into a dragon. Boom! The Buddhist light on Yuan Kun's body shone. He formed a Buddhist seal with his hand and slammed it out. It collided with the sword chi again. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying light swept out in all directions. With this palm strike, he still managed to shatter the sword chi. However, the numbness in his arm became even more severe. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that the third, fourth, and fifth sword chi flew towards him one after another. Damn it, who is this person? Is he a peerless swordsman? Why is his sword chi so powerful? Yuan Kun was extremely surprised because he realized that these sword chi were not released by a peerless treasure. They were casually flicked out by the other party. This meant that the other party had not used his full strength. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely cold. In the distance, the fleeing warriors also felt their scalps go numb. In their opinion, since the other party dared to fight against Yuan Kun, he would definitely be slapped to death. But who would have thought that the other party could actually fight against Yuan Kun? This was really beyond their expectations. Who is this kid? Could it be that he's a peerless prodigy from some large family? That's very likely. However, no matter how talented he was dead for daring to provoke Yuan Kun. Yuan Kun was a top prodigy of White Horse Temple. His Buddhist magic was incomparably terrifying. That kid is so strong, casually flicking out a sword chi, and it has such power. He must be a peerless swordsman. Everyone discussed animatedly. And at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This time, he pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword. A terrifying sword light rushed into the sky. The sword slashed down. The entire sky was cut into two halves. The pitch-black crack was like an endless canyon. It was also the first time Yuan Kuen's expression changed. This sword chi was really too strong. So this time, he did not resist it head-on. Instead, his figure swayed and he quickly dodged. Relying on his super-powerful dermic powers, he dodged the sword. But at this moment, his eyelids twitched wildly. Because he felt an extremely terrifying power coming from behind him. Not good. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and struck out with his palm. Boom! He was blasted back, his aura tumbling. Damn snake! He gnashed his teeth in anger. That's right, the one attacking from behind was the dark red divine dragon. Chapter 2665. Tear them into pieces. Lin Xian sneered. What a ruthless heart. You want to tear us into pieces without any enmity. Are you really a Buddhist? I think even the demons are not as ruthless as you, right? How can someone like you be called a Buddha? The dark red divine dragon also sneered. No matter what the two of you say, the two of you will not be able to escape death today. Yuan Kuen's expression was cold as Buddhist light spread out from his body. His hands danced non-stop as mysterious runes flickered around him one after another. Countless golden runes flickered as if forming a mysterious world that swallowed all the sword light. Yuan Kuen stood in the void with a cold expression. What a powerful Buddhist divine power. It could actually swallow such a terrifying sword chi. Yes, this Yuan Kuen was really too terrifying. When the cultivators in the distance saw this scene, they exclaimed. Among them, there were also people whose eyes flickered. They did not know how the man and the snake were going to counterattack. Swallow them all. Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. No wonder he was so arrogant and told everyone to scram the moment he came. But so what? He had even killed an invincible king, let alone a mere young monk. Next, he waved the ancient dragon abyss sword. Terrifying sword chi flew out one after another, densely packed and crisscrossing between heaven and earth. It's useless. You can't hurt me at all. Yuan Kuen stood in the void. The golden runes around him formed a world that swallowed all the sword chi. He looked at this scene and sneered. Is that so? How do you think my sword chi is so easy to swallow? Lin Xian snorted. The power of the great dragon sword spirit was not something that could be easily swallowed. Sure enough, not long after, Yuan Kuen's expression changed. His figure flashed and instantly disappeared. The mysterious world formed by the golden runes exploded with a bang. Thousands of sword chi pierced out and shattered the place where Yuan Kuen was originally standing. It formed a terrifying black hole. Damn it, it actually came out. How was this possible? Although Yuan Kuen was not injured, he hit to the side with an extremely ugly expression. The other party broke his divine power so easily. It was really hard for him to believe. The people in the distance screamed as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of sword technique was this sword chi? This was too terrifying. That's right, he was actually able to break through even Yuan Kuen's sacred art, and by the looks of it, he was able to do it so easily. Incredible. He was definitely a peerless swordsman. It seems that if I don't show my true strength, you guys really don't know what's good for you. Yuan Kuen walked up and spat out a golden pagoda. The pagoda was 6 stories high, and it was engraved with very simple runes. As soon as it appeared, it emitted a heavy aura. Boom! Boom! Strands of Buddhist light flowed out and pierced through the void. The terrifying power made those in the distance extremely terrified. Many people knelt on the ground, their bodies trembling. How terrifying! Yuan Kuen's strength was actually so terrifying. Oh heavens, he had definitely been hiding his strength. He was even more terrifying than the rumors said. Why do I feel that none of those older generation figures are a match for him? That wasn't all. Probably no one below the level of Invincible King Tears could defeat him. Why do I feel like he's close to becoming an invincible king? These people screamed in fear. There was nothing they could do. The power that Yuan Kuen had displayed was simply too terrifying. The Buddhist light that filled the sky floated out along with Yuan Kuen's palm. All of the sword chi in the sky were sent flying. In an instant, a terrifying sound rang out like 10,000 bolts of thunder. Yuan Kuen was like an ancient Buddha. How was this possible? Damn it, impossible. Yuan Kuen roared angrily and waved his hand. A pair of golden hands stretched out and tore the void apart. The storm that filled the sky also disappeared. In the next moment, his eyes widened because the other party's figure in front of him appeared. His body was shining brightly, and he wasn't injured at all. Impossible. Yuan Kuen was stunned. Even a late-stage 8-star mighty figure couldn't block his palm. The other party was hit head-on and suffered this blow, but he was actually unharmed. It was really out of his expectations. Even if he didn't die, he should be seriously injured. However, there was no blood on the other party's body, not a single crack. The power of the 9-yang divine body had increased again. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes, his heart filled with joy. In the next moment, a piercing light burst out from his eyes. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my attack. At this point, he took a step forward, and the 9-yang divine body erupted. The storm that filled the sky tore through the void. At this moment, he was like a sun war god, charging forward. As he walked, the void collapsed, and the mountain range below kept shattering. His expression became extremely ugly because his opponent's sword chi was even more terrifying than the golden fist. As expected, when the sword slashed out, his entire body turned cold. The golden pagoda in his hand was sent flying again. Cracks also appeared on the kasaya on his body. He simply couldn't believe what he was seeing. This kasaya was also a treasure, but it couldn't withstand the other party's sword light. This was only the aftermath of the energy. If the other party's sword had slashed his body, he would probably have been cut open. Thinking of this, he quickly retreated. Brat, who are you? Tell me your name. However, what answered him was a cold and merciless sword light. Damn it! Yuan Kuen roared angrily and quickly dodged. Just you wait, my White Horse Temple will definitely not let you off. Yuan Kuen was so angry that he vomited blood. This time, he had really lost. It made him lose face. However, protecting his life was more important. He prepared to leave and bring back a few terrifying forbidden artifacts before coming back to fight with the other party. You want to leave? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian sneered. Weren't you very arrogant when you descended previously? Didn't you tell us to scram? Why are you scramming now? Pfft. Hearing this, the escaping Yuan Kuen's body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Indeed, when he came previously, he was extremely arrogant and didn't take anyone seriously. That was because he had the right to be arrogant. He was young, but he could already kill a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. Not many people below the invincible king realm were his match. Other than a few other terrifying young prodigies of the Buddhist sects, he really didn't take anyone seriously. Therefore, after he arrived, he immediately cleared the place. He didn't want others to disturb him. However, he didn't know that when he cleared the place this time, the ant in his eyes turned out to be a terrifying prodigy. This time, he had really kicked an iron plate. "How dare you stop me?" Seeing the other party cut off the path in front of him with a sword, Yuan Kun turned his head and roared. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Lin Xian's body was filled with murderous intent. Yuan Kun frowned when he saw the other party's murderous intent. He sneered. "Let me tell you, I'm from White Horse Temple. Moreover, I'm a top prodigy of White Horse Temple." If he revealed his identity, the other party would definitely not dare to make a move on him. White Horse Temple was one of the Buddhist sacred grounds of the Western Desert. It was not inferior to the sacred grounds of the Eastern Wilderness. As one of the top 10 prodigies of White Horse Temple, his status was naturally noble. If anything happened to him, White Horse Temple would definitely not let him off. White Horse Temple. I've never heard of it. Are you the White Horse Temple's successor? As he spoke, Lin Xian slashed out with his sword again. This sword transformed into a huge dragon that instantly flew out and slashed Yuan Kun's body. It sent him flying. Yuan Kun's body was directly cut open. Blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Ah! Yuan Kun screamed and retreated crazily. At the same time, his broken body quickly healed with Buddhist light. In the end, he was completely intact. However, his face was abnormally pale. Blood was still splattering in the sky. This scene made the people in the distance go crazy. He made a move, he really made a move. Heavens, didn't he really intend to kill the other party? Who exactly was he? That was too terrifying. Was he not afraid of White Horse Temple's revenge? He shouldn't be from the Western Desert. The eyes of some of the older generation flickered. He was probably a top prodigy from the other continents. Chapter 2667. Is he a top genius from another continent? The cultivators gasped. Yuan Kun's face was ferocious. "Kid, how dare you hurt me?" Before he could finish his sentence, he turned around and fled. That was because the other party had attacked again. After witnessing how powerful the other party was, how would Yuan Kun dare to attack him again? He directly used a Buddhist grand divine power. Endless Buddhist light formed 2 golden wings that quickly spread out behind him. He tore through the void and ran into the distance. "You want to leave?" Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. A dragon shadow appeared under his feet and brought him through the void quickly. The two of them quickly left the reclining Buddha ridge. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon also followed behind. The others were stunned. Heavens, is the other party really going to kill us? They were extremely shocked and followed behind, wanting to watch the battle. But soon, they lost track of them. That was because the two of them were too fast. The cultivators could not see them. But the other cultivators saw them. On the way, many cultivators looked up at the sky. Heavens, someone is fighting a great battle. It should be a late-stage 8-star powerhouse. No, it's 2 young people. 2 young prodigies. Why does the one running at the front look so familiar? Damn it, isn't he Yuan Kun from White Horse Temple? He's a top genius. Why is he being chased? Who's chasing him? For a moment, everyone was stunned. Yuan Kun is being chased. Who is it? They all looked at the figure behind. He's so young and unfamiliar. I don't know him. If he's not a Buddhist, which family is he from? These people discussed animatedly. Bang! Just at this moment, they saw a shocking sword light flash out and slash Yuan Kun's body, sending him flying and vomiting blood. Blood pierced through the void. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle. It's too powerful. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you go. Yuan Kun's kasaya was covered in blood. His face was ferocious. He gritted his teeth and took out a Buddhist light wheel. A bright light enveloped him and he disappeared completely. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not attack again, because the other party had used a life-saving trump card. The next time we meet, I won't let you leave so easily. He snorted coldly and did not pursue. A mere genius was no threat to him at all. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at the dark red divine dragon flying behind him. Let's go. The dark red dragon nodded and waved its claws, grabbing a few cultivators at the side. The martial artists were scared out of their wits. They quickly begged for mercy. Hero, please don't kill us. We are just passing by. Don't be nervous. I won't kill you. You just have to tell me how to get to LoveLore Temple. LoveLore Temple. These people were shocked. The other party had just beaten up a genius from Whitehorse Temple, and now he was going to LoveLore Temple. What was he trying to do? Could it be that they also wanted to declare war on LoveLore Temple? They didn't know, but they didn't have time to think about it. One of them hurriedly took out a scroll. It was a map that contained the way to LoveLore Temple. Lin Xian probed with his soul spirit and indeed found a map. After that, he waved his hand and let them go. They hurriedly left. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's bodies flashed, turned into two rays of light, and disappeared. The news that Yuan Kun was injured and fled caused quite a stir. It quickly spread. Even LoveLore Temple knew about it. This made them very nervous. Not long ago, the Yi family's sacred physique was hunted down in eastern wilderness. Now, a genius from Whitehorse Temple in the western desert was being hunted down. This was very shocking. Could it be that the mysterious faction was going to make a move on the western desert prodigy? They were all on guard. After the people from Whitehorse Temple learned about it, they quickly sent powerhouses to rescue Yuan Kun. At the same time, they quickly searched and decided to kill the culprit. However, after searching for a while, they did not find any traces of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. This made them grit their teeth in anger. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon also arrived at LoveLore Temple. At this moment, LoveLore Temple was still shining with Buddhist light, and many runes appeared around it. Obviously, they had also become cautious. The arrival of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon caused 6 monks to walk out of the light in front of them. They held the Chi Mei staff in their hands and looked coldly in front of them. The people stopped in their tracks. Who are you? Why did you come to LoveLore Temple? They were extremely nervous. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. I am Lin Xian, the master of the Immortal Temple. I am good friends with your son, No Flower. Lin Xian. Immortal Temple. Hearing that, the 6 monks' expressions changed. Please wait a moment. We will report it. They hurriedly went to report it. Not long after, a loud laugh was heard. Countless Buddhist runes formed a Buddhist flower that dragged a young monk away quickly. Brother Lin. Ha, it's you. Long time no see. After seeing Lin Xian, No Flower was big. They met again. Lin Xian also smiled. Brother Lin, come with me. No Flower waved his kasaya, and all the Buddhist arrays immediately opened up a path. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon followed in. No Flower brought the two of them to a quiet place. There were mountains, rivers, and courtyards. Come, Brother Lin, try the spirit tea that I brewed myself. The two of them came to the stone pavilion and sat down. There were 4 exquisite dishes on the stone table. They were all vegetarian dishes, and there was a pot of spirit tea next to them. Delicious. Lin Xian tasted it and found it surprisingly delicious. I didn't expect that No Flower would have such culinary skills. The dark red dragon at the side finished all the food. Little monk, do you have more? He was very happy. No Flower smiled and said, yes, I have enough. Soon, he waved his hand, and exquisite dishes appeared on the table again. At the same time, he took out a guqin and played it gently. The sound of the guqin was pleasant and comfortable. It even carried a mysterious power. Lin Xian felt that he had entered an unprecedentedly relaxed and peaceful state. The dark red dragon at the side was also surprised. No Flower was really amazing. His attainments in the Buddhist Dharma were so high. He would probably become a holy monk in the future. The sound of the guqin was melodious. On the other side, the sound of the guqin was also pleasant. It was a mountain. A man in a blue robe was holding a phoenix guqin and playing it gently. Cranes and spirit rabbits were flying around him. Obviously, they were all attracted by the sound of the guqin. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, not far from him, the ground bulged, and then, a head stretched out from the ground. The head was very strange. It was completely wrapped in black fog, and the face could not be seen clearly. As soon as he appeared, he looked at the man in blue in front of him. The plan has failed. Our people have all been killed. Hearing that, the man in blue stopped. Suddenly, the sound of the guqin also gradually stopped. When the sound of the guqin stopped, the surrounding cranes and spirit rabbits all ran away. When the black-robed man appeared, they were not afraid. But now that the sound of the guqin had disappeared, these little spirit beasts all left. Damn it, how could they be so cautious? Lin Xian's expression was cold. There was no other way. The 3 great dynasty of assassins had been passed down since ancient times, and had not been destroyed for so long. They must have endless secrets. They would not allow this kind of secret to be leaked. Not even a trace of it would be allowed to be leaked. Is that so? If that's the case, then there's nothing to worry about. I can only kill all of these assassins. Lin Xian's body shone brightly, and a murderous aura erupted from his eyes. Since the other party had come to kill him, he would not show any mercy. Get out here, all of you. A cold shout shook the 9 heavens. However, these assassins were very experienced and would not let personal feelings affect their emotions. Although their companions had been killed, they did not act rashly. They were still lurking in the void, waiting to find the driver. As expected of the people of the ancient dynasty of assassins. They were indeed terrifying. You don't want to come out, right? Do you think I can't find you if you don't come out? A golden vortex appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. He suddenly turned around and threw a punch behind him. Boom! A terrifying force accompanied the punch and directly blasted the void behind him. The 2 assassins from hell were forced out. The 2 men's expressions changed. Damn it, how did he find out? Impossible, he must be dreaming. The two of them attacked decisively. Black Sword Chi fell from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The terrifying murderous aura made even the peerless almighties tremble. Obviously, these assassins were very terrifying. Lin Xian also faced the attack with all his strength. He used the Heaven-Fighting Divine Fist and the Nine-Yang Divine Body to attack. The sword chi that filled the sky kept shattering. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. However, at this moment, four shadow assassins appeared from behind and directly attacked his back. For a moment, Lin Xian was attacked from the front and back. It had to be said that the timing of these four people was too exquisite. Just as Lin Xian punched, the four of them took action. This was the time when warriors were most relaxed. Their alive slain technique was indeed terrifying. Kid, be careful. The dark red divine dragon roared and was about to attack. However, he was also surrounded by four assassins from hell, firmly surrounding him. Get lost. With the four assassins fighting, Lin Xian's side was in great danger. Just a mere assassin, you want to kill me? Lin Xian shouted coldly as the dragon sword domain surged out. Behind him, it transformed into a giant sword and slashed out. With a clang, the four assassins were sent flying. The two assassins in front were also sent flying by a punch. The six top assassins vomited large mouthfuls of blood, their faces full of shock. Damn it, he's too strong. The other party was too strong. In an instant, he had injured six top assassins. This made them feel incredulous. The Invincible King level assassin snorted coldly, and the Hell Domain assassin sneered. Idiot kid, how dare you be arrogant in front of our elder? You're courting death. That's right, our elder has assassinated several Invincible King level assassins. Do you think you can survive? Do you really know the power of an Invincible King level assassin? These people sneered and looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at an idiot. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Is that so? I think you're the ignorant ones. Chapter 2671. Who beside Lin Xian, a woman in a black dress and a black veil walked out. The power of an invincible king erupted from her body. What? An invincible king. This guy also has an invincible king by his side. This scene caused the Hell Assassins to exclaim. The invincible assassin's expression also became ugly. Damn it, he was too careless. His opponent actually had an invincible king. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he soon sneered. Kid, do you think you're safe with an invincible king? You have to know that many invincible kings have died in my hands. Today, I'll let you know that there's a difference between invincible kings. I'll let you see the ultimate killing move of my assassin dynasty. Is that so? Let's see if you can succeed or if I'll kill your disciples first. With that, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and like a god of war, he rushed out. How dare you? Seeing Lin Xian rush towards the other assassins, the invincible king's expression changed. He swept his long sword, wanting to kill Lin Xian. However, Xiao Wu also made a move. Her jade-white palm was like the hand of a god, blocking the terrifying sword light. Your opponent is me. Xiao Wu's voice was cold. Damn it, get lost. The two unrivaled kings fought together. Seeing this scene, the dark red divine dragon also laughed, not knowing the difference between life and death. Now, it's time to harvest. He didn't hold back anymore, and several heaven-grade artifacts were thrown out by him, sweeping across the area. As for Lin Xian, he charged towards the 6 assassins from hell, courting death. Seeing Lin Xian rushing towards them, the 6 hell assassins roared angrily. Lin Xian wanted to kill the 6 of them alone. This was too much. Damned ant, go to hell. The 6 of them roared angrily. They were all extremely top assassins, and killing a peerless almighty was not a problem. Therefore, at this moment, the 6 of them attacked, and it was really terrifying. Terrifying killing intent swept through the world. It flooded towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian roared angrily and took a step forward, exuding a supreme aura from his body. He swung his fists, opened the big box, and pressed forward with indomitable will. This was the essence of the heaven-battling divine fist. Boom! Boom! The battle between Lin Xian and the 6 top assassins was extremely terrifying. The 6 top assassins were extremely shocked. The other party had single-handedly resisted the 6 of them. Moreover, this was only the other party's fist. His opponent's sword chi was even more terrifying. One of them was directly split into 2. This assassin had fled thousands of miles away and reassembled his body. His face was filled with terror. The other assassins also sucked in a cold breath. Too frightening, too frightening. Could it be that he was the second saintly being? How could his physique be so strong? The killing techniques that they were so proud of were actually unable to pose any threat to the other party's physique. This was too shocking for them. Kill with a furious roar, Lin Xian charged over again. His voice was like a thunderstorm, carrying with it an invincible conviction. This scene caused the expressions of the assassins from hell to change. Not good, his aura is too strong. If this continues, we will definitely die. We have to disrupt his invincible confidence. These assassins quickly retreated and dodged, preparing to look for an opportunity. In the distance, the invincible assassin who was fighting with Xiao Wu was also shocked by the confidence that the other party displayed. That aura of indomitable will surprised even him. This young man was simply too terrifying. The Killer King's clone. He formed a hand seal with his palm, and a shadow rushed out of his body and quickly charged out. Die, brat! This shadow was very fast. In an instant, it arrived near Lin Xian. The black dagger in its hand was constantly waving. This was a clone of the other party, and it also had the power of an invincible king. At this moment, coupled with that terrifying killing technique, it was truly terrifying. Buzz! Lin Xian directly pulled out the dragon-shaped sword and slashed out. It was as if 10,000 dragons had attacked, directly splitting the clone in half. What? This scene caused everyone to tremble in shock. The 6 top-notch assassins were completely dumbfounded. Even the invincible assassin's eyelids were twitching wildly. One of his clones was killed in an instant just like that. Impossible. How could the other party be so strong? Could it be that the other party had not used all of his strength before? Thinking of this, the invincible assassin's body turned cold. He roared angrily. Retreat! Hurry up and retreat. This mission is cancelled. Hearing this, the top assassins retreated crazily. You still want to leave? The dark red divine dragon's body grew larger, becoming tens of thousands of feet long, directly enveloping 4 top assassins. The other 6 top assassins fled crazily. Stay for me. Lin Xian waved the dragon-slaying sword domain, and thousands of sword chi descended, enveloping the 6 top assassins. The 6 assassins also activated their own domains to resist. Boom boom boom, an earth-shattering sound was heard. In the dragon sword domain, the roar of a dragon sounded, and countless dragon-shaped sword chi flew out, firmly restraining the domains of the 6 top assassins. There were even 2 of the domains that were directly pierced through. This sword chi was too terrifying. It pressed forward with indomitable will, destroying the heavens and earth. It was even more terrifying than the war god fist technique. It made the 6 top assassins tremble. In the end, there was no suspense. The 6 top assassins were all killed. They were split in half, and even their souls were split open by the sword. Because Lin Xian couldn't detect the souls of these people, he didn't hold back at all. Damn it! The invincible assassin roared. The 4 to 10 top assassins he brought were all killed. This made his heart bleed. Kid, just you wait. Hell, will not spare you. At this point, his figure flickered and he turned around to leave. Humph Xiao Wu snorted coldly. She wouldn't let him leave. In the next moment, she waved her hand and a black whip lashed out. The black whip was covered with scales. It was very strange. In an instant, it wrapped around the invincible assassin. Pang pang pang. Ah! A miserable sound rang out. The scales on the whip all pierced into the assassin's body. Immediately, blood spurted out and dyed the void red. Damn it, I'll fight it out for you. An ancient figure rushed out from his body, and a terrifying aura burst out. However, this ancient figure had just rushed out 1/5 of the way when a black shadow flew out from the black whip in Xiao Wu's hand. It covered the sky and earth, and with a pair of black wings, it directly swallowed this invincible assassin. Chapter 2672. The items in these 6 people's storage rings weren't rich, and there wasn't even any record of hell. There were only some pills, a few weapons, and armor. Other than that, there was nothing else. They were really cautious. There wasn't a single cultivation technique book, nor was there any record of it. There were only things related to battle. Who was it that hired these assassins from hell? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Could it be that monk from before? The dark red dragon frowned. Previously, they had chased away a genius from Whitehorse Temple. Perhaps the other party was the one who did it. Lin Xian shook his head. No, it wasn't him. This was the Western Desert. If he wanted to make a move, he could have just found the experts from Whitehorse Temple. Why would he invite the assassins from hell? I think it's inconvenient for those people to take the initiative to attack. Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The 1-pound dark red dragon's expression also changed. Why do I feel like it's a bit like the mysterious organization of the Sandleaf martial arts? Kid, you'd better be careful. And let's return to the Immortal Palace and work together to prepare to open the nest of 10,000 dragons. We used a large number of natural treasures to open a door and teleport across continents. Boom! Boom! In the sky, mysterious patterns flickered, and Lin Xian and the dark red dragon disappeared. In the endless mountain range, on a grassland, a blue-clothed man looked at the flickering array with a gloomy expression. They had failed. An invincible king had led 10 top assassins to assassinate a holy son, yet they had failed. Could the Tao protector beside this kid be an invincible king? Interesting. It seemed that this guy wasn't much weaker than Yi Wu Dao. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. Obviously, he had follow-up plans waiting for Lin Xian, Yi Wu Dao, and the other peerless geniuses. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon returned to the Immortal Palace. They immediately gathered the chief guardian, Xing Tian, and the others to discuss. Then, they contacted the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, Purple Dawn, Grand Xia Dynasty, and Lanrua Temple. The 7 top families, Holy Lands, and dynasties joined forces to send a message to the true spirit world. The location of the nest of 10,000 dragons had been found. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. At first, they were still suspicious, because this information was first released by Immortal Palace. However, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, Purple Cloud, Grand Xia Dynasty, Lanrua Temple and other great sects all spoke out one after another. The entire true spirit world exploded. All of the holy lands, sects and clans went crazy. The nest of 10,000 dragons actually appeared. Heavens, does the nest of 10,000 dragons really exist? I always thought that it was just a legend. The elders of the 4 symbols' sacred grounds exclaimed. The nest of 10,000 dragons must contain an extremely powerful dragon vein. My Ninely dynasty must obtain it. The elders of the Ninely dynasty clenched their fists. That was the burial ground of dragons. The experts of the Demon King Palace were equally shocked. If they could enter and obtain the great divine abilities of dragons or obtain the blood of dragons, they would be able to evolve and strengthen themselves. It was even possible for the demons to regain control of the entire world. At the thought of this, all the sacred grounds, sects of the remote antiquity, and peerless dynasties were stunned. For a moment, they were like the families of the 7 holy lands that made a statement, asking questions one after another. In fact, many people even came to visit. However, the headquarters of Immortal Palace was too mysterious. No one found it for a while. However, the 6 great sage lands and clans were surrounded by countless people. The entire world was in an uproar. In every city, on every street, all the cultivators were talking about this matter. The influence of this matter was even wider than the Yuhua immortal robe. It was even deeper. Just as everyone was excited, Immortal Palace's Lin Xian released another piece of important news. That was, in a month's time, a grand event related to the nest of 10,000 dragons would be held at the Eastern Wasteland's Jade Lake. In the news, it was clearly stated that the great sage lands, great sects, and top families of the world were invited to come together. When this news came out, the world was in an uproar. Then, they were extremely excited. It seemed that the news about the nest of 10,000 dragons was absolutely true. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before these great sects of the Holy Lands made a move on the nest of 10,000 dragons. Ordinary cultivators were excited and shocked, but those great sects of the Holy Lands were shocked. Why was it Immortal Palace's announcement? Could it be that this news came from Immortal Palace? Thinking of this, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, they originally thought that it was the Yi family who received the news, but now it seemed that it wasn't. It was Immortal Palace. This Immortal Palace was really too mysterious. They could actually obtain news about the nest of 10,000 dragons. Damn it, that kid's luck was too good. The Yinyang sect, Tai dynasty, and other great sects of the Holy Lands gritted their teeth. They had a grudge against Lin Xian. However, they couldn't care less. Even if they had a grudge, they still had to go. Because the nest of 10,000 dragons was simply too attractive to them. Of course, there were also cultivators who were surprised by why the Immortal Palace would choose the Jade Lake. A powerhouse explained that it seemed that the Jade Lake Grand Event was about to arrive. This time, the two sides would probably gather together. What? Jade Lake Grand Event? You're saying that we have a chance to eat the Jade Lake's pan peach? Many people's eyes lit up, and they drooled. In addition to being powerful, the Jade Lake also had another thing that was very famous, and that was the Pan Peach. The peach of immortality of the Jade Lake was not ordinary. It was an extremely precious natural treasure. It was not an exaggeration to call it the peach of immortality. There were 3 types of peach of immortality. There were those that bloomed once every 300 years, those that bloomed once every 1,000 years, and those that bloomed once every 3,000 years. Counting the time, the Peach of Immortality grand event was really about to arrive. Moreover, this time, it seemed to be the Peach of Immortality that bloomed once every 3,000 years. Which powerhouses? The elders and living fossils also came out of seclusion one after another and rushed to the Jade Lake's sacred ground. Chapter 2673. Apart from the saints of the eastern wilderness, the geniuses of the central continent, northern plains, southern mountains, and western desert had all arrived. At this moment, they gathered together and discussed with each other. Some talked about martial arts, while others talked about the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. In short, it was very lively. Immortal Palace had arrived. A voice came from afar. Immediately, the cultivators of the Jade Pool hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Inside, the powerhouses and saints from all over the world raised their eyes and looked forward when they heard this. Many people's eyes flickered, and some people's eyes were cold. Since Immortal Palace had arrived, that kid should be here too. What they were looking forward to the most was still Lin Xian. This was because the other party's reputation had long spread far and wide, and he was ranked as a top saint. Moreover, the other party's identity was the master of Immortal Palace. In addition, this time, the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons was provided by Immortal Palace. It could be said that thousands of gazes were gathered on Lin Xian. At this moment, this young man had become the center of the true spirit world. In front of them, a red-clothed figure floated over. Beside him was a dark red dragon. Beside him was a mighty man. Behind him was a group of elders and powerhouses. This group of people descended from the sky like immortal kings. The red-clothed youth at the front was naturally Lin Xian. He was dressed in a bright red robe. His face was handsome, and his black hair danced wildly. He really had the aura of a king descending to the world. "Brother Xian, you're here." Murong Qingqing led a group of elders to welcome him. Not long after, Queen Mother of the West came and invited Lin Xian in. This scene made everyone's eyes widen in shock. They couldn't believe it at all. They didn't expect Queen Mother of the West to personally welcome him. This kid was really extravagant. That's right, he could actually get Queen Mother of the West to personally welcome him. Damn it, he was only a holy son. How could he be treated like this? Some people gritted their teeth, while others snorted coldly. Don't forget, he was the master of Immortal Palace. Immortal Palace was not inferior to the great sects of the Holy Lands. He naturally received the treatment of a saint. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Indeed, they could no longer ignore Immortal Palace. Although the other party was young, his identity was indeed terrifying. Lin Xian sighed. He followed Queen Mother of the West and others into the main hall. He, Yi, patriarch of the Yi family, the saint of the Purple Holy Land, abbot of the Lanruo Temple, and the emperor of the Great Xia dynasty. After these people, Lin Xian, and Lin Xian, He, Lin. Firstly, the event hadn't officially started yet. Secondly, although he had a noble status, he was still a young man, after all. He still liked to hang out with young holy sons. As for this place, let the Grand Elder and the others deal with it. Lin Xian quickly rushed out of the palace and turned into a streak of light, flying outside. Damn, why did this brat come out again? Everyone had different expressions when they saw Lin Xian come out. Quite a few people smiled and greeted him, including Flowerless and Leaf Dao Denier. Gu Santong, the saintess of all beginnings, and the prince of the great Xia dynasty also came over. Lin Xian greeted them and took out the best spirit wine he had brewed. Everyone gathered in the pavilion. Damn it, they couldn't help but want to fight him when they saw him. The people of Five Elements Palace, Yinyang sect, and Tai dynasty looked gloomy. Especially their saints. Their eyes flickered. Among them, Five Elements Palace, Yinyang sect, and Nine Heavens Holy Land were all newly elected saints. Their original saints had been killed by Yi Yi. Did he have the qualifications to do so? It was him. The Holy Son of the Taishian Holy Land. Someone exclaimed. The newcomer was a handsome young man in a blue robe with mysterious stars twinkling on it. He carried a guqin on his back, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He looked very carefree. He was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal world. His eyes were bright. So it was the Taishian Holy Son. I've heard that Brother Yun's guqin skills were unparalleled. I didn't expect to be able to feast my ears. Gu Santong said with a smile. Chapter 2674. These saints all moved aside to make room for the great abstruse saint. The great mystic saint did not stand on ceremony. After sitting down, he drank a few cups. Then, his eyes lit up. Good wine. It is indeed a top-grade wine. Looks like I came to the right place. With that, he picked up the guqin on his back and started playing. The sound of the guqin was melodious, like the sound of flowing water. Everyone was mesmerized by it. Even Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were astonished. Lin Xian was also shocked. He had heard No Flower play the guqin before. At that time, he had felt that No Flower's guqin was very mysterious. It seemed to contain Buddhist scriptures, which made people intoxicated. But now, when he heard the great mystic saint play the guqin again, he was even more amazed. Although there weren't any Buddhist scriptures in the sound of the zither, there was another mysterious power. This power was indescribable, mysterious, and mysterious. But it really existed. That was because Lin Xian could sense that Lin Xian's aura was extremely strong. What a magical guqin sound. The great mystic saint was indeed amazing. He was extremely surprised. In the eastern wilderness, the top few geniuses were Yi Wudao, the Alcade saint, and the divine constitution of the Gu family. He was rumored to be very mysterious, but he rarely came out, so no one knew who he was. However, this did not affect the divine constitution's reputation. In addition, people like Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were also famous. After all, the saintesses were peerless and beautiful. Naturally, they were sought after by countless people. However, although the great mystic saint was also a saint, he was not very outstanding. In fact, he was a very low-key person. Unexpectedly, the great mystic saint was indeed extraordinary. Not to mention his strength, just his guqin skills alone were enough to make Lin Xian admire him. While Lin Xian was amazed, a loud voice came from afar. The war tribe had arrived. Hearing this voice, everyone turned their heads to look and began to discuss among themselves. The war tribe had indeed come out. That's right, who would have thought that even the war race would come this time? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance at the flickering powerful figures. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The Battle Race's elders were led into the main hall by the Jade Lake's elders to discuss matters. As for the Battle Race's young heavenly geniuses, they descended from the sky. Their bodies flickered with mysterious symbols, and their horns were lofty. Their auras were extremely powerful, and as soon as they descended, they looked down on everyone. "Brother Jean, you're here." Seeing this scene, the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, 9 Heavens Holy Ground, Tai Dynasty, and Tuoba family all reacted. The saints led their men and walked up to the platform. There was nothing they could do about it. They knew that the War Clan and Lin Xian were enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. If they wanted revenge, perhaps they really did need to rely on the War Clan. Because of this, these people were very respectful and surrounded the geniuses from the War Race. The Battle Race's geniuses all had proud expressions. They raised their chins, looking extremely arrogant. In just a moment, there were quite a few saint children and heavenly geniuses surrounding them. Although this lineup couldn't compare to Lin Xian's Ni Wudao's small group, it was still very terrifying. In just a moment, countless gazes looked in that direction. What was going on? Those who didn't know better would think that the Jade Lake was his territory. That's right. What was there to be arrogant about? He wasn't the master of the holy ground. Hearing this, a Battle Race's genius turned his head. 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes, like the divine light of the sun. Immediately, the 2 cultivators who had spoken were sent flying, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. "What are you doing? Do you want to die?" The people from Illusion Palace stood up and roared. The Illusion Saint Child's expression also darkened. The other party dared to attack someone from Illusion Palace. How arrogant! On the other side, the people from Unfettered Sect were the same. One of their disciples had been injured just now. The Unfettered Saint Child also walked over. "What is the meaning of this?" he asked coldly. The Battle Race's genius emitted a berserk aura. A blood-red light surrounded him like an ocean, causing the blood in one's body to churn. Bloodline power. This was the Battle Race's bloodline power. Oh my god. This person was too terrifying. The surrounding people quickly retreated. The Unfettered Saint Child and the Illusion Saint Child also frowned. They had to admit that the other party was a powerful enemy. However, the other party was too arrogant. Did he really think that the 2 of them from the Great Sage were easy to bully? "You can't do it. You're not my match. Where's that Lin Xian? Tell him to get over here and die." His body emitted a bloodline light. The Battle Race's genius ignored the Unfettered Saint Child and the Illusion Saint Child. He placed his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He had a cold and arrogant expression. Hearing this, the surrounding people were in an uproar. The Yin-Yang Saint Child, 5 Elements Saint Child, Jushio Seiko, and the others all had cold smiles on their faces. That's great. The other party was indeed here for Lin Xian. They could see that the person in front of them was very powerful. His strength was even more terrifying. Thinking about it, they should be able to kill the other party. Even if they couldn't kill the other party, it would be good to severely injure him. After all, the Battle Race had sent many geniuses this time. If they went up one by one, they would definitely be able to kill the other party. However, the Unfettered Saint Child and the Illusion Saint Child were enraged when they heard this. The other party actually dared to look down on them. This was intolerable. They were the saints and the other geniuses. They stood at the peak of the younger generation. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? Kill! The Unfettered Saint Child roared and took the initiative to attack. His speed was very fast. Like a flash of light, he instantly arrived near the battle race's genius. His powerful aura was like a vast ocean, causing the nearby martial artists to tremble. Retreat. The Yin-Yang Saint Child, 5-element Saint Child, and the others all led their men and retreated, giving them enough space. The people from the battle race did not move. Especially the battle race's genius at the front, who had his hands behind his back, did not move either. He looked at the unfettered Saint Child, his eyes shining with a terrifying light. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a disdainful smile. Do you really think you can fight against me? Zhang Changfeng laughed coldly. He stretched out a palm and directly grabbed in front of him. Wherever it passed, divine lightning rumbled and formed a terrifying palm of lightning. The void was instantly pierced through. The powerful energy caused everyone's expression to change. Even the saints and saintesses looked solemn. Humph. The unfettered Saint Child naturally felt a strong sense of threat. He snorted coldly, and endless light surrounded his body. Many feather-like things danced around him. Unfettered limitless fist. The energy in the unfettered Saint Child's body was also very strong. A terrifying killing intent circulated around him. He threw out a punch and evolved a supreme secret technique. Boom! 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 The two of them exchanged more than 10 blows. Then, the unfettered Saint Child was forced back 7 to 8 steps. Zhang Changfeng stood there, motionless. He looked at the other party and laughed coldly. The unfettered Saint Child was just a so-so. Seeing the formation activated, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Changfeng's cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Kid, who are you calling an ant? Why? Don't you have any self-awareness? Of course I'm talking about you. Lin Xian sat there, swirling his wine glass and glancing at Zhang Changfeng. He looked very casual. He did not put Zhang Changfeng in his eyes. Courting death. Zhang Changfeng was furious. He had easily defeated the 2 sons of the great sage and gained the upper hand. He had become an unparalleled figure. He was in high spirits and wanted to kill Lin Xian in one fell swoop. However, Lin Xian actually said that he was an ant. Not worth mentioning. How could he tolerate this? In the next moment, he pointed at Lin Xian. Get over here and fight me to the death. You're definitely not my match. You think too highly of yourself. Fight you to the death. You're not worthy of being my match. Lin Xian shook his head and ignored him. Everyone was taken aback by this scene. They did not expect Lin Xian to not fight at all. In the distance, the people from the Yin-Yang sect, 5-element palace, and 9 firmament sacred emperor's land frowned. Among them, the martial artists from the sacred grounds sneered. What do you mean by disdain? I think you don't dare to fight at all. That's right. Who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to the prodigy Zhang Changfeng? These people sneered, thinking that Lin Xian was afraid. As expected, the other martial artists from the sacred grounds began to talk among themselves. The people from the war tribe were even more proud. Kid, you don't dare to fight. Just kneel and kowtow. We can give you a quick death. Zhang Changfeng also laughed. So you're a coward. You don't dare to fight. I really don't know what despicable means you used to kill the war concubine and the golden lion king. I don't dare to fight. What a joke. Lin Xian sneered. I killed the 4 war kings with my own hands. Do you think I don't dare to fight? You're just trash. You're not worthy of my fight. His voice was light as a feather, but in everyone's ears, it was like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding. What? The 4 war kings of the war tribe were killed by him. Heavens, it can't be. When did this happen? Why don't I know about it? This kid wouldn't be lying, right? The crowd discussed. Indeed, the people from the Yin Yang sect and 5-element palace sneered. What a joke. Who do you think you are? How dare you kill the 4 war kings? However, as soon as they finished speaking, they realized that something was wrong. The people from the war tribe had ugly looks on their faces. Damn it, it's you. You're the one who killed our 4 war kings. Brat, I don't know how many elders you used, as well as your immortal palace's backing, to kill us 4 great war kings. But in a one-on-one fight, you're no match for the 4 war kings. Today, I'll take revenge. I'll let everyone know that you're just an ant. You dare to offend our war tribe. You're dead. The people from the war tribe roared crazily. The surrounding people were dumbfounded. What? The 4 war kings were really killed. Heavens, this is really shocking news. Lin Xian shook his head. Sigh, why are there so many self-righteous and reckless idiots in this world? Only when you're killed do you realize how pitifully weak you are. Chapter 2676. Stand up and fight. Zhang Changfeng's body emitted lightning. Lin Xian laughed. No need. I can still beat you even if I give you a handicap of my legs. You're courting death. I'll grant you your wish. Zhang Changfeng was really angry. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly appeared in front of Lin Xian. Endless lightning wrapped around his palm. Then, he grabbed Lin Xian's head with his palm. Kid, I'll make you kneel and wait for your death. Zhang Changfeng revealed a sinister expression. Yes, that's right. He wanted Lin Xian to kneel in front of all the elites in the world. He wanted Lin Xian to suffer a crushing defeat. He would lose face. Many people understood Zhang Changfeng's intention and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. How cruel. Not only did he want to kill Lin Xian, but he also wanted to torture him to death. However, whether Zhang Changfeng could kill Lin Xian was another matter. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others sat there and frowned. Countless runes flashed on their bodies. Their king's domains lingered around and blocked the terrifying lightning. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt of the attack, but he was not afraid. In the next moment, he turned his head and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his palm and grabbed Zhang Changfeng's lightning palm. Pang pang. The two collided and the void was torn apart. A powerful force swept out in all directions. Fortunately, those around Lin Xian were all elite elites. The impact of this energy was not too dangerous for them, so they easily neutralized it. However, the other cultivators were not so lucky. They all activated their defenses and battle armors to resist with all their might. Just as they retreated to a safe distance, they exclaimed because they saw a figure in front of them being pushed back. Was Lin Xian pushed back? They looked over carefully. No, it was not Lin Xian. It was the genius of the Battle Lord. When they saw that it was the genius of the battle tribe, Zhang Changfeng, who was pushed back, they exclaimed. The people of the battle tribe screamed. Impossible. The eyelids of the people of the Yin Yang sect, 5-element palace, and 9-firmament sacred ground twitched. Bang bang bang. After retreating 5 steps, Zhang Changfeng finally stopped. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes emitted a blood-red glow. His entire body was trembling with anger. He was pushed back. He was actually pushed back in the exchange of blows with his opponent. How could he bear this? The other party was just sitting there nonchalantly. Yet, he was actually able to knock him back with just a casual strike. This was a slap to his face. The surrounding people swallowed their saliva. Why did this scene seem so familiar? Not long ago, Zhang Changfeng had defeated the unfettered Saint Sun and the illusion Mia Saint Sun with such a powerful and condescending attitude. But now, this was actually happening to Zhang Changfeng. With an even more disdainful attitude, Lin Xian pushed Zhang Changfeng back with a palm strike. This Lin Xian was too strong. His strength had definitely increased again. The holy sons and holy daughters were shocked. No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were also shocked. Yi Wudao also laughed. It seemed that Brother Lin's strength had also improved a lot. No, at this cultivation level, the improvement was very slow. It was just that the other party was more useless. Lin Xian shrugged and drank another cup of wine. When Zhang Changfeng heard this, he was so angry that he vomited blood. In the distance, the people of the Unfettered Sect and the Illusion Mia Palace were excited. The Unfettered Saint Sun snorted coldly. Indeed, he would have to pay for what he had done. The Illusion Mia Saint sneered. I want to see how this Zhang Changfeng is going to end this. The two of them were in a good mood now. Previously, they were provoked and humiliated by the other party. This made them go crazy. But they did not expect that in the blink of an eye, the other party would be looked down upon by the even more powerful Lin Xian. This made them feel as if they had taken revenge. Zhang Changfeng's handsome face became extremely distorted. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, you are courting death. Buzz the thunder god's shadow roared to the sky. His palms turned into two thunder hammers and quickly attacked. In an instant, Lin Xian was enveloped. Lin Xian snorted coldly and waved his fists. Thousands of fist shadows appeared in the sky. He used the heaven-battling divine fist. Together with the 9-yang divine body, its power was extremely terrifying. The two ultimate techniques collided in the sky, becoming illusory and indeterminable. Black holes rose up one after another, shocking everyone who saw this. The faces of the battle master and the others became more and more ugly. Zhang Changfeng gritted his teeth and roared. Heaven battling divine fist. Damn it, how can you counter my battle tribe's mystique? He was going crazy. Not only was the other party powerful, but he also used his battle tribe's ultimate skill. When the others heard this, they were also stunned. What's going on? Could it be that Lin Xian's ultimate skill was the battle tribe's ultimate skill? Isn't this too unbelievable? Such an ultimate skill is really a waste in your hands. Of course, I have to take it and use it to make it shine. Lin Xian snorted coldly. In the next moment, he stood up. An extremely terrifying aura erupted. It was as if a peerless immortal king had awakened. Everyone felt their bodies tense up. They couldn't even breathe. In fact, even the Chosens were shocked. You really don't interest me. So now, it's over. Lin Xian stretched out a large palm and slapped forward. Zhang Changfeng snorted coldly and activated the Thunder God's shadow to resist. At the same time, his main body received the 5 Thunder Avatar. In that instant, he unleashed another great divine ability. Buzz buzz buzz. 5 colored lightning rushed out of his body. Each one turned into a lightning avatar and attacked Lin Xian. This scene was very sudden and very fast. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against. Not good, that kid is in danger. Seeing this scene, the eyelids of the elites twitched wildly. The saints were even more shocked. With such timing and speed, it would be difficult for the other party to dodge. Boom boom boom. Lin Xian didn't dodge. The 5 Thunder Gods' avatars all landed on him. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. Lightning filled the sky. The place where he was turned into a sea of lightning. An apocalyptic energy roared non-stop. Ha 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 ha. Seeing this scene, the war tribe's martial artists all laughed. The Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Sacred Ground all laughed sinisterly. Let's see how this kid dies. The 5 Thunder Gods' avatars contain terrifying energy. Even the saints and saintesses were frightened. If he was hit directly, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. As long as Lin Xian was seriously injured, the rest would be easy. Zhang Chongfeng would definitely kill him. The others were also discussing. No Flower, Gu Santong, Yi Wudao, and the others all frowned. Shen Jingqiu and Murong Qingqing were even more worried. They even wanted to help. However, the dark red divine dragon shook his tail and said, "Don't be so excited. It's just a small attack. It won't hurt this kid." He had always been by Lin Xian's side. Naturally, he knew how terrifying Lin Xian's 9 Yang divine body was. Chapter 2677. Lightning surged on Zhang Wuhan's body, and the shadow of the Thunder God circled behind him. He shattered the fist shadows and then looked at the sea of lightning in front of him with a smug smile. Reckless brat. Do you think that you can contend against me with just your ability? You're too naive. Today, I'll see how you die. He was very confident in his attack. He estimated that Zhang Wuhan would definitely be seriously injured, and very likely lose half his life. Next, he would be able to kill him. You're very confident in your attack, aren't you? But I'm sorry to disappoint you. A calm voice came from the sea of lightning in front of him. Then, the sea of lightning was torn apart by a ray of sword light. Then, Lin Xian walked out. He was wearing a bright red robe and had a handsome face. He didn't seem to be injured at all. As Lin Xian walked out, everyone's hearts raced. When they saw Lin Xian's condition, they went crazy. Heavens! What's going on? He's fine. He's not injured. How is this possible? It can't be an illusion, right? The saints and saintesses were shocked. They used all kinds of secret soul techniques to investigate. However, when they realized that Lin Xian really wasn't injured, these saints and saintesses were dumbfounded. What's going on? They couldn't understand. Defense, what a strong defense. How can this kid's defense be so strong? Finally, a powerhouse screamed. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. No Flower, Gu Santong, the great Xia prince, and the others were shocked. Yi Wudao also looked serious. He knew that Lin Xian couldn't have been injured. But he didn't expect Lin Xian to block it in such a way. In his opinion, Lin Xian should have used a strong sword qi to break the 5 lightning doppelganger, not a strong defense. The Taishan sage sat there with a smile on his face. However, his eyes were fixed on Lin Xian like the stars in the sky being extinguished. He wanted to see through him. Impossible. How could you not be injured? Zhang Chongfeng screamed as if he had seen a ghost. He knew how terrifying the 5 Thunder Doppelganger was. If it bombarded those saints and saintesses, it could definitely destroy half of their lives. Furthermore, all 5 of his clones had been hit. This was definitely the result of serious injuries. In the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his life. However, not only was the other party not seriously injured, he wasn't injured at all. This made him suspect that his 5 lightning clones did not hit his opponent at all. What 5 lightning doppelganger? It's just 5 water lightning. Do you really think you can hurt me? Lin Xian stopped smiling. I said, it's over now. He took a step forward, and his 9 yang divine body erupted. Mysterious runes appeared on his body one after another, and a terrifying fist blasted out. The heaven-battling divine fist shook the heavens and earth. Lin Xian used one of the ultimate moves of the heaven-battling godly fist. His fist seemed to have turned into an incomparable sun that soared into the sky. Damn it, block for me. Zhan Changfeng used the thunder god's shadow to fight back. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the heavens fell and the earth cracked. The thunder god's shadow was penetrated, and a terrifying crack appeared. With a boom, the mysterious thunder god's shadow exploded, turning into a sky full of lightning that pierced through the void. Zhan Changfeng spat out mouthfuls of blood and kept retreating. His blood pierced through the ground and dyed the void red. The battle robe on his body was bright red, and it emitted a monstrous bloody smell. So powerful. What a violent fist. How could this kid have such a powerful fist technique? Wasn't he a swordsman? At this moment, the saints and saintesses were all shocked. The experts and elders were also shocked. How terrifying! Zhan Changfeng didn't use his full strength before. This was the power of his bloodline. The bloodline of the war tribe was extremely terrifying. And it was rumored that the more he fought, the stronger he became. Zhan Changfeng was definitely terrifying. That's right, the war race was too strong. However, that Lin Xian was even more terrifying. I wonder if Zhan Changfeng could defeat Lin Xian. I don't think so. But that might not be the case. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, they didn't think highly of Zhan Changfeng. This made Zhan Changfeng so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Chapter 2678. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Do you think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you have the power of bloodline? He pulled out the ancient dragon abyss sword and unlocked the 6 seals on it. That's not how you should use lightning. Let me show you what real lightning is. Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Suddenly, sparks of lightning appeared on the ancient dragon source sword. In the next moment, he used the 9-fold lightning sword. Roar with a slash, 3 lightning dragons rushed out from the sword wind, bearing their fangs and claws. Each of them was extremely terrifying, as if they were real. They charged forward, carrying astonishing lightning with them. The terrifying lightning dragons carried the power of lightning, and their explosion was earth-shattering. The god of lightning's projection was wearing a blood-red armor and holding a blood-red saber. It swept through everything, but the 3 lightning dragons were too terrifying. In the end, they tore the god of lightning's projection apart. Everyone was astonished by what they saw. Heavens, this kid's lightning sword technique is so terrifying. He's insane. He's not human. The war tribe actually lost. I already said that this kid is a peerless swordsman. How can he not use his sword technique? His sword technique is even more terrifying than before. They already knew that Lin Xian was a peerless swordsman, and they were looking forward to seeing Lin Xian use his sword. Indeed, with a slash of his sword, Zhang Changfeng's trump card was instantly broken. Many elites screamed in excitement. Because they had nothing to do with either side, they just wanted to watch an exciting battle. Now, Lin Xian's sword technique had completely stunned them. Puff Zhang Changfeng spat out blood and flew out. His robe was torn, and there was a terrifying sword wound. His body was almost split in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Changfeng. When the elites of the war tribe saw this, they could no longer hold it in. They hurried forward and brought Zhang Changfeng back. Then, they treated his injuries. Many elites of the war tribe stared at Lin Xian with bloodshot eyes. "Ah! Damned kid! You're courting death. I'm going to kill you." "Humph, I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Get out of here," Lin Xian coldly shouted. The three thunder dragons roared together in the sky. The terrifying sound waves caused the battle race martial artists to continuously retreat. Their expressions were ugly, and the others were amazed. He was too powerful. Although Lin Xian was young, he still displayed the demeanor of a generation's overlord. His future achievements would be limitless. Just you wait, don't be arrogant. The number one person of our battle clan's younger generation didn't come. But he would be here soon. At that time, he will personally take your life. The war race's martial artists roared madly. The others were shocked and their eyelids twitched. What? The number one person of the war race's younger generation? Wasn't this title a little too terrifying? The war race was born for battle. They were an ancient race that was extremely terrifying. Every one of them was extremely powerful. Previously, there was Zhang, the Golden Lion King, and other prodigies. Now, there was Zhang Changfeng. Although they had lost to Lin Xian, each and every one of them was extremely terrifying. However, they weren't the war race's number one. Just who was this number one person of the war clan? How terrifying was that? In an instant, everyone was filled with anticipation. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. The number one person of the war race's younger generation. The name sounded quite frightening, but he was not afraid. So what if he was the number one person? Number one person. I'm looking forward to his arrival. Lin Xian's lips curled into a confident smile. Kid, just you wait. Fairy Yen, we meet again. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Yen Ryu also smiled. This smile stunned all the surrounding martialists. Hua Tiandu's face was gloomy. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Damn, why is this kid here again? He's really haunting me. The experts from Demon Emperor Palace behind him also had gloomy expressions. They all stared at Lin Xian. Despicable human, don't you dare have any ideas about Fairy Yen. That's right, get lost. Lin Xian, on the other hand, ignored all of these people. His face was as beautiful as jade. Fairy Yen, there will be a tea party later. I invited Yi Wudao and the other young geniuses to discuss martial arts. Chapter 2679. Hearing this, Yen Ryu was also interested. After all, it was very good to be able to exchange cultivation experiences with these young top geniuses. Naturally, she was interested. She said with a smile. Hua Tiandu's face darkened. Damn it, he wasn't invited. He looked at the human kid in front of him and wanted to kick him away. Alright, then I'll wait for Fairy Yen. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand, then left the sky with Shinjingqiu. Damn it, he's too arrogant. I really want to slap him to death. Don't be impulsive, he's not simple. He's killed several bodies, his strength is definitely terrifying. There were also experts who had solemn expressions, thinking that they shouldn't be impulsive. After the others heard this, their eyelids twitched. Damn it, he's not too arrogant, and he's so strong. But Fairy Yen, are you really going? That little one is obviously interested in you. Yes, he's plotting something against you. Many young geniuses hurriedly tried to persuade her. Yen Ryu was the goddess of their dreams, and they were still fighting among themselves. How could they allow an outsider to compete with them? Yen Ryu smiled. Don't misunderstand, it's just a martial arts tea party. Little Qing, let's go down for a walk. Speaking of this, Yen Ryu said to the little maid beside her. The little maid nodded and followed behind Yen Ryu. Seeing Yen Ryu fly down with the little maid, the other geniuses sighed. Of course, there were also some experts whose eyes flickered. They came behind Hua Tiandu and asked in a deep voice. Saint, what do you plan to do? Actually, in my opinion, you should let the old sacred leader come out and grant a marriage. It's best for you and Yen Ryu to be husband and wife. I think so too, but my grandfather didn't say anything at all. What do you want me to do? Hua Tiandu's face darkened. At this moment, an old man beside him said, we can't be impulsive in this matter. Her identity is too shocking. If we force it, it might make things worse. Another old man also stood out. To be honest, I don't think it's possible for them to get married. However, as long as she's on our side, it's already very beneficial to our Demon Lord Palace. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu was extremely unwilling. Indeed, the other party's identity was frighteningly high. Not to mention him, even his grandfather, the old holy master of the Demon Imperial Palace, did not dare to do anything to him. Therefore, there was no need to think about using force. He could only rely on his own charm to win her over. However, this path was simply too difficult. He had never seen any genius that could catch the eye of the other party. The elders of the Demon Imperial Palace were afraid that Hua Tiandu would be impulsive, so they hurriedly warned him again. Tiandu, you must not anger Ryu, and you must not even go against her. Whatever decision she makes, it's up to her. You mustn't interfere. Indeed, her awakening was becoming more and more powerful. If she fully awakened, then countless demon kings would kneel at her feet. Some of the ancient great demons had to be used by her. Therefore, he must not provoke her. I know. Hua Tiandu clenched his teeth, extremely unhappy. At this moment, a middle-aged man on the side said, Holy Son, we don't dare to anger Fairy Yen, but that doesn't mean we can let that brat go. Isn't he discussing martial arts? Let's send a few geniuses over to spar with him. Let them know the power of the Demon Imperial Palace. Yes, it's best if we can teach that brat a lesson. That brat is too powerful. Even I don't have 100% confidence in winning. Hua Tiandu's expression was grave. Indeed, he had seen the strength of the other party. Moreover, he had heard that 2 days ago, the other party had injured the war race's genius in public. He was extremely domineering. We also heard about the matter. Actually, we don't need to do anything. He's dead for sure. The war race's #1 genius will arrive soon. That brat definitely won't live. I feel that we can join forces with the war race. Although the war race's #1 genius hasn't come yet, the celestial race's little sky king has come. Are you talking about the celestial race's peerless genius, little sky king? He actually came too. That's right, he came. Little Sky King has always been arrogant, and he has a good relationship with the war race. As long as we contact the war race and sow discord, we can definitely make Little Sky King take action. With Little Sky King's strength, it's very easy to defeat that guy. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu's eyes lit up. Alright, let's do that. The other elders of the Demon Imperial Palace didn't stop him. After all, they were afraid of Yan Ryu, not Lin Xian from the Immortal Palace. They felt that it was necessary to suppress him. Soon, Hua Tiandu led a few geniuses to the war race's location for a secret discussion. On the other side, at the Lake Paradise. This was the place that Lin Xian had chosen to hold the martial tea gathering. With Murong Qingqing there, this place was quickly taken over by them. Not only that, Murong Qingqing even called some of the Jade Lake's maids over. Soon, all kinds of spirit fruits and spirit tea were placed on the table. In the distance, countless figures also left. There were Yi Wudao, No Flower, and the others. There were also some saints. Although Lin Xian didn't invite them, they also heard the news and came over. After all, it was an extremely rare opportunity to have an exchange with top geniuses like Yi Wudao. Lin Xian didn't refuse the saints and saintesses who came. Because he was confident that he could control the situation. Therefore, even if there were some who had a grudge against him or wanted to cause trouble, Lin Xian didn't invite them. It didn't matter if they had such intentions, but if they dared to cause trouble, he would definitely suppress them. This place was indeed very lively. Two figures floated over from the distance. One of them was dressed in snow-white clothes, like a beautiful fairy. Behind her was a maid in green. The moment these two appeared, they attracted everyone's attention. So beautiful. It was Yan Ryu from the Demon Imperial Palace. She actually came down. Cries of surprise rang out. The saints' eyes flickered with excitement. The saintesses looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Because the other party was too beautiful, they felt endless pressure. Young Master Lin, I'm not too late, right? After Yan Ryu landed, she looked at Lin Xian. This scene made many saints speechless. Damn, what's wrong with this Lin Xian? How could he attract such a peerless beauty? He already had the Jade Lake Saintess and Zixia Saintess by his side. Now, even Yan Ryu favored him. This made everyone confused. What was going on? You're not too late. It hasn't started yet. Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, Murong Qingqing also stood up. Fairy Yan, please take a seat. Yan Ryu smiled. She had long heard that the Jade Lake Saintess was unparalleled in beauty. Now that she saw her today, she really lived up to her reputation. Fairy Yan is too polite. Fairy Yan is peerless. Her ethereal and elegant temperament is rare in the world. In addition to being speechless, Lin Xian was also shocked. Because he had never seen Yan Ryu attack before, he was extremely shocked after seeing it. Yan Ryu definitely had a terrifying divine ability. Moreover, he couldn't tell which sect she was from. What shocked him even more was that Yan Ryu couldn't see any shadow of Zhao Shui from before at all. The previous Zhao Shui was proficient in using eye techniques, especially the Void Sky Eye, which was incomparably mysterious. But now, Yan Ryu's divine ability was completely different from before. It seemed to belong to another school. What was going on? Was she really Zhao Shui from before? Lin Xian was a little doubtful now. Yi Wudao, No Flower, Gu Santong, and the others were also shocked. In the distance, the yin-yang saint, the four-symbol saint, Seiko Dian, the all-cade saintess, and the others were also shocked. Because the techniques and divine abilities of the two peerless beauties in front of them were too shocking. Beams of dazzling light and mysterious runes crisscrossed the sky. Each of them could easily pierce through a peerless almighty. The two exchanged more than 100 blows, and they were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner. All right, it's about time. Both of you should rest for a while. Seeing this, Lin Xian quickly stood up and stretched out his two large hands. Instantly, the air moved and turned into two waves, enveloping the two of them. And separating the two of them. Seeing this, Murong Qingqing retreated and didn't attack again. Yan Ryu, who was at the side, also stopped. After fighting for so long, you must be tired. Come and have a taste of the spiritual tea. Murong Qingqing said softly. All right, I'll do as you say. Yan Ryu also smiled. The two of them looked like good friends who hadn't seen each other in a long time. They were no longer fighting with their lives on the line. This scene shocked everyone. A woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. It was really terrifying. In the distance, Hua Tiandu looked at this scene and snorted. He didn't expect the Jade Lake Saintess to be able to fight to a draw with Yan Ryu. It really surprised him. However, the few elites next to him laughed. Yan Ryu definitely didn't use her full strength. She didn't use her trump card. Otherwise, how could it be a draw? Yes, with Yan Ryu's identity, once she used her trump card, no matter how powerful or how talented the Jade Lake Saintess was, she couldn't stop her. Hearing this, Hua Tiandu nodded. Indeed, if Yan Ryu used all her trump cards, perhaps only Yi Wudao and the Yi family saint body could contend with her. The others wouldn't be able to resist at all. Thinking of this, Hua Tiandu was relieved. However, he still regretted that if Yan Ryu could attack Lin Xian, it would be great. Of course, he knew that it was impossible. Therefore, he could only put his hope on the heavenly human tribe's little Sky King. Chapter 2681. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. The people from the war tribe were here too. This was going to be interesting. In the crowd, the people from the Yin-Yang sect, Five Elements Palace, and Nine Heavens Sacred Ground all sneered. Many people looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. So what if the war tribe was here? He could easily defeat Zhang Chongfeng last time, and he could do the same this time. Therefore, he did not care at all. He waved his hand and let them in. The prodigies of the war tribe walked with majestic steps, looking down on everyone. They brought with them a powerful aura that made everyone silent. So powerful! These people exclaimed. At the same time, they realized that there was another group of people beside the war tribe. These people were also glowing with powerful auras, but they were obviously not from the war tribe. Who were these people? How could they be on the same level as the war tribe? They were even surprised to find that Zhang Chongfeng and the other prodigies were half a step behind. Walking in front of them was a young man. He was a very handsome young man with a head of white hair that was unusually eye-catching. Not only this evil young man, but many people behind him also had white hair. It was very strange. Who were these people? Everyone was discussing. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and was puzzled. Beside him, the dark red dragon also screamed. Heavenly human tribe. Heaven, it was the heavenly human tribe. They were here too. It seemed that this was indeed a golden age. Many ancient tribes had appeared. What was that? Lin Xian was surprised and turned around to ask. Like the war tribe, the heavenly human tribe was a tribe that had been passed down since ancient times. They were very powerful. They claimed to be the descendants of heaven and knew how to use the power of heaven and earth. Especially the legendary heavenly human tribe. They were really terrifying to the extreme. They could easily achieve the unity of heaven and man, and their use of the power of heaven and earth was many times stronger than other prodigies. However, like the war tribe, the heavenly human tribe had been living in seclusion for tens of thousands of years. No one knew if the heavenly human tribe still had any heavenly human tribe members. So powerful. Lin Xian was shocked. Heavenly human tribe, just by hearing the name, he knew that it was an extremely powerful tribe. He never expected that the other party would also appear. Moreover, what made him frown was that the other party was walking so closely with the war race. This wasn't a good sign. Kid, this is a golden age. You can't let your guard down. The dark red divine dragon reminded him via voice transmission. Although you're a top-tier saint now, that's only in the human race. The human race was one of the 10,000 ancient races. When the Great Emperor contest took place, it wasn't just the human race. Many ancient hermit races would also show up. Zhanru and the heavenly human tribe were one of them. There were too many powerful tribes like them. All kinds of astonishing and heaven-defying physiques would emerge one after another. Therefore, on the path of becoming a great emperor, one must never relax. Upon hearing the dark red divine dragon's reminder, Lin Xian's expression turned grave. His eyes shone with a cold light. The 10,000 ancient races. It really made one's blood boil with anticipation. The other saints and saintesses were also discussing. The eyes of Leaf Dao Denier, No Flower, Gu Santong, the Prince of the Grand Xia, and the others all flickered. It was obvious that the arrival of the heavenly human tribe had brought them a sense of threat and oppression. Who knew if there would be other powerful tribes coming back to life after this? But no matter what, they knew that this might really be a golden age. Geniuses would emerge one after another, and all kinds of heaven-defying physiques would appear in this era. The older generation figures were even more envious and amazed. Was the road to becoming a great emperor about to open? If it did, the battle this time would be far more intense than before. Yes, the battle to become a great emperor was already fraught with difficulties. Now that there was a golden age, it would be extremely intense. The final great emperor would probably step on the corpses of countless tribes and skyprides to reach the top. Everyone discussed animatedly as they kept looking ahead. At the same time, the people of the heavenly human tribe also looked around. Among them, Zhan Chongfeng looked around as if he was looking for something. When he saw Lin Xian, his eyes shone with a cold light and his lips curled into a cold smile. He whispered a few words into the ears of the white-haired youth at the front. Sure enough, the youth heard something and turned to look at Lin Xian. His eyes were like two sharp divine swords that pierced through the void. Buzz! The space around Lin Xian instantly cracked. Countless small cracks spread out in all directions. In addition to this eye technique, there was also a strong sense of oppression. But fortunately, Lin Xian was surrounded by top-tier skyprides, and Lin Xian was even more powerful. He snorted coldly, and a sharp sword light appeared in his eyes as he charged forward. Clang! Clang! Their gazes collided in the air, and two pitch-black vortexes appeared in the void. They were bottomless. So powerful. The surrounding martial artists and skyprides were shocked. The older generation figures' eyelids were also twitching. The young man from the heavenly human tribe sneered. Interesting. You are worthy of my attack. What? He wants to attack. As soon as he said that, everyone exclaimed, and the entire scene immediately became chaotic. Among them, many saints and saintesses instantly understood that the heavenly human tribe was most likely a powerful helper invited by the war tribe. At this moment, the heavenly human tribe's prodigy was probably helping the war tribe. That's right. Who would have thought that the heavenly human tribe would attack before the war tribe's #1 Sky Pride appeared? There would probably be an earth-shattering battle soon. That was for sure. The heavenly human tribe was extremely powerful. They were one with the heavens and could use the extreme power of heaven and earth. They were definitely terrifying and mysterious. He wondered if that brat Lin Xian would be able to withstand it. That would depend on which prodigy from the heavenly human tribe would attack. Everyone was discussing. Those from the Yin-Yang sect, 5 Elements Palace, and 9 Heavens Holy Ground sneered. They naturally knew how terrifying the heavenly human tribe was. With a prodigy from the heavenly human tribe attacking, that kid would probably not be able to block them. On the other side, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others frowned. The war tribe was able to find someone from the heavenly human tribe. That was really surprising. Yi Wudao said. Brother Lin, be careful. The white-haired youth at the front is not simple. He seemed to be from the heavenly human tribe and was known as the Little Sky King. Little Sky King. Hearing this name, Lin Xian squinted his eyes. The surrounding saints and Sky Pride's eyelids twitched. That was a very arrogant name. He actually dared to call himself a Sky King. However, he added the word little in front of it, which meant that he was a Sky King of the younger generation. However, that was already very terrifying. For a moment, many people looked at Lin Xian with complicated expressions. They wondered if Lin Xian could block them. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.